There we go, guys. All right. For the record, the date is December 3rd, 2014, and the time is officially 9:06 a.m. This is the Nevada Board of Agriculture Board meeting, and we are officially on the record. Good morning, everybody. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. So if we could all stand, please. Face the band leader, the drum major.
Face the one in.
We salute you. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll go ahead and do a roll call for the board to make it official that we have a quorum. We'll go ahead and start to my left. Jim, would you go ahead and start the roll call for the board members?
Yes. Jim Snyder, Lyon County Row Crops.
Ramona Morrison, Nye County General Agriculture.
Charlie Frey, Churchill County Crops.
Paul No, Clark County Nursery.
Paul Anderson, Washoe County Petroleum.
Tim Duck Green, Humboldt County Livestock. Brian Napibucci, Clark County Pest Control.
Boyd Stretling, Opal County Livestock.
Alan Bradley, Churchill County, representing dairy.
David Sticks, Chairman, Livestock from Lyon County. Peter?
Pete Barris, Sheep Commissioner, Sheep Representative, Elko County.
Okay, that should be all the board members. We're good. We'll go ahead and have a general announcement of guests today and staff, so we'll start in the room here in Vegas. Don, would you like to start, please?
John Rafferty, Department of Agriculture.
Robert Levitt, Department of Agriculture.
Dennis Belcourt, Deputy Attorney General. Flynn Wright, Animal Industry.
Damon Hernandez, NDA.
Jerry Conrad, NDA.
Jim Martin.
Okay, anybody else with you? Well, we got Billy and Elko, so. All right, how about Reno?
Okay, I'll start. Dale Hanson, Department of Agriculture.
Robert Little, Department of Agriculture.
Mike Howard, Department of Agriculture.
Okay, great. You guys in Reno, I saw several people in and out. Did you have some public there?
No, not right now.
Other staff?
Other staff.
Very good. Very good. Do we have some general public here? I saw a lady in here earlier.
I think she was helping to set the room up, I'm guessing.
Oh, DMV staff. Okay. All right, well, we'll go ahead and move on. We do have a quorum. Any public comment? Anybody, even the board, if there's something about an item that's not on the agenda for today, or need to request to put an item on in a future agenda? Hearing none. The minutes. 3A, we need to approve the September 3rd, 2014 board meeting minutes. This is an action item. Did everybody receive their minutes from that meeting in the email?
Yes. Yes.
Did everybody have a chance to look at them and review?
Yes.
Any clarification needed on those minutes?
Move to approve.
The motion's been made to approve by Mr. Boyd Spratley,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Alan Brazo. All right, we do have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous. Director's report. A, Mr. Barbie, for information only, and it's including but not limited to an update on FSMA and a review of 561-105C.
Okay, and I'm going to try to move along at a pretty good pace. If you see something in the activities, or if you have a question, stop me as we go along, because I know that we have a bunch of stuff to get later today. And I have some other spots on the agenda where I'll go into more detail on some of this stuff. Going through my activities, you'll see there in September, one of the big trips I took was to Vermont, and that was for the National Departments of Agriculture meeting, NASDA meeting, which was good. We did go on the record. asking the EPA to reconsider the waters of the U.S. Rule, and that was a unanimous vote by all the state secretaries, commissioners, directors. And so that came out in a press release that you may have seen through Farm Bureau and some other folks earlier in the month. We've had sage grouse meetings all along the way. Many of the issues that you are familiar with, I'm looking through here on things that are good for what we're going to talk about. We've had a lot going on with the Food Security Council, which is chaired by the First Lady. They are actually meeting, and of course I sit on that council, they're actually meeting today, and Donnell Barton's sitting in on that meeting representing the department currently. But they're looking at some different initiatives that would affect our child nutrition programs, which would be like breakfast after the bell, where basically those students that qualify for free and reduced, and if they did certain rules, basically all kids in that school's that specific school side would qualify for breakfast after the bell. We have limited usage of that in the state, some in Washoe County, some in Clark County. And so I think that's one of the things that they're kind of focusing in on the Food Security Council. We do have a report that we were mandated to present in January of this year prior to the legislative session regarding a review of the food and nutrition program, the merger, how we're proposing to move forward, specifically a review of the effective and efficiency of the commodity foods program. And we've had staff working diligently on a survey that they did with all the stakeholders. An example of stakeholders would be the food banks, Catholic charity organizations, folks like that, pantries, so on and so forth. And that report was done by a contracted third party to keep it open, transparent, and unbiased. And we're putting together the results of that. The survey portion has been released, but we haven't done a summary of the recommendations that we're going to propose in January before going into the session. So that will be something that you will see coming out. Additionally, we are working on the, help me Jerry get the term correct, the biennial report, correct? The biennial report, that will be one document, and we'll also have another document attached to that. The biennial report will basically be a cumulative of the overview of the agency, what our budget proposals are, what our performance standards are, similar to the document that we did last time, except we've got more talent now, so hopefully it will be more visually attractive. And then we have Tatiana working on the annual ag report, which will come out January, and that will be, those two documents together will basically be our biennial report that we'll present to the legislature. And as we get down two more topics, I'll talk a little more detail on the legislature and some of the things that I think are going to change this compared to what we've done in the past and your involvement and your role in that. So we did have a parade entry, if you didn't see that, in the Nevada 150, I can't say another word, ever centennial parade, and it was really impressive, and staff are to be commended for the work and the time and the effort they put into putting that together. It was quite a showing that we had. And I commend Robert Little. I see him in Carson City. He put a tremendous amount of work into it, along with Mike Geisinger, and so we sure appreciate the hard work that they did. But we had a really nice showing during that presentation. Then also you'll see on here somewhere that I went to the Cial World Food Show in Paris, France, representing the Western United States Ag Trade Association. And so the USADA had basically a section of booths within the USA Pavilion. And so this was basically representing the largest, most international food show in the world. Every other year it's held either in France or in Germany. I'm currently the secretary of the USADA board, And so as part of that, they paid my way to try to see what it is we saw the staff do, including our ag marketing coordinator, Jeff Sudich, when they're on one of these trade shows. And I will say it was amazing and eye-opening. There were 9 pavilions that they had there. The 9th pavilion was China by itself. The rest of the pavilions were all mixed and basically themed by meat product, dairy product. Ones were wine, ones were distillery, spirits, ones were teas. I mean, the diversity of food and product was amazing. It literally took 2 days to walk all the aisles in the meat pavilion alone. I mean, that's how huge. You can't describe it. It was the biggest thing I've ever seen in my life, and I thought National FFA Convention was, that's 50,000 kids in one spot, and I have never seen anything that would rival that. And this made the career show at National FFA Convention look like a joke. I mean, it was unbelievable, and we grow up and we've been taught, that we are the ag producer and we feed the world, and I think the scales of production have changed a tremendous amount. I was very impressed with the showing countries made relative to the ag production that they have and the ag production that their technology that they've got from us, has basically bumped their production where it was something to see. The largest sponsor for the show was Turkey, and and these other, probably USA was one of the least financially supported countries. A lot of these countries will put together 2-story booth areas where they have all their businesses placed that are showing their products at the show, placed in these booths, and it might be 2 stories, and it's elaborate stairways and big open greeting areas where you're trying all the products of these other countries. And USA Pavilion, basically all of our businesses have to pay their way, so it's not a sponsorship type deal like it is in most of the other countries. Typical booth, which would be about half the size of this table, is $10,000 just to go and be there. So it was very eye-opening, and it was amazing to see so much business happening. Even though we were one of the smaller areas that we saw it in the USA Pavilion, there was a tremendous amount of business, and there's a lot of confidence in the American agriculture product. China by far had the most size and most businesses, but at any given moment you could have fired a cannon down any one of their rows and might not have hit anyone. They're definitely confident in the food safety and the food security that the United States have, and so we had by far the least impressive booth space. Excuse me, but overwhelmingly the most business that was done, and they basically at this show during that week, billions of dollars in contracts and businesses is signed between importers, exporters, buyers, and those folks that are actually showing their product out there. So if a company spends $10,000 for the booth space, a buyer or importer, exporter, whether it be an importer or buyer, would spend about $300 to get to go to the show and walk around the different booths. But every country under the sun, from Iran to Ethiopia to Morocco to every country. But the best logo of the whole show, though, was Greece is delicious, which I had to take a picture, right? So Greece, the country, Greece, their slogan is delicious. So I had to take a picture of that and send it to my wife and say, I've been telling you this. The spelling of the country, right? Right. So it was pretty interesting. I did attend the Nevada Cattlemen's Association meeting in Elko and the Nevada Farm Bureau meeting in Carson City, and we had different staff presenting and represented at those. We talked a tremendous amount about the kind of the grazing program that Tina Mudd's putting together, and Ed Maps, which I think you're going to talk about Ed Maps a little more later this afternoon. Those were very successful. I think, you know, we're still not sure where we're going on our building costs. We were informed by budget that based on calculations they've done, rather than 71% of our indirect building costs being charged to us through the SY cap, they've got that reduced down to 41%, I believe, which is great and is significant. The problem still is if that's $900,000 before and it's $500,000 after, we still have to come up with a revenue source for that $500,000. So I'm communicating with the budget office and trying to find out what options, you know, we can get, but that may be something that just winds up working its way out during the legislative session. But you know, 500,000 would be roughly 200,000 less than what we paid last year or this year. So that's a good thing, and that's moving in the right direction. But still, it's a significant amount of money that definitely impacts some of our smaller budgets, like the animal industry or livestock identification, and several of the plant budgets that it hits on the fee side of things. We also hosted the first, and we had folks, I believe, here that were representative at this first annual Governor's Agriculture Conference that we had roughly 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. It's all running together now. Was very successful. We couldn't have been more pleased. We held it in conjunction with the Nevada Farm Bureau meeting. We had over 200 participants. We talked about things that were as, you know, controversial as the public lands, where we had Ramona was one of our panelists, sitting on a panel that included Bill Dunkelberg and Amy Luders and J.J. Gokachia, Tony Wasley, and entered in very polite but open and direct conversation. And I mean, it was fantastic. It was great to be in the room and hear the conversation. All the way over to GMO products and having a panel that talked about those, panels that talked about economic development in the agriculture sector. We had directors from business and industry, wildlife, Department of Energy, natural resources, cabinet members that were presenting and sitting as panelists. And so I just, you know, would commend the staff for the work that they did, because they put it together. Jerry and Bob and all those folks, and Plant was there helping a tremendous amount, and Plant helped us out, and Robert was fantastic. They just did a tremendous job. And you know, if we would have had 100 participants on the first annual kickoff, especially even in the north, I would have been tickled pink. I never thought we would have that kind of turnout and that kind of response. And we had, when you looked at the audience, we had everybody from ranchers that had come to that conference and were going to the Farm Bureau conference, as well, to folks that were part of the Urban Roots urban farming organizations that had dreadlocks, all sitting in the same room in the same aisles, sharing their concerns for the industry, and it was just phenomenal. You know, there were no nasty moments, and it was just all open dialogue, and I think that's what we need to do as industry is do more of that and really start to put our issues out to mainstream public. I mean, I tried quite a few of just mainstream public that was there participating in the conference, and other state agencies. So with that, do you guys have any questions kind of on my list of activities that I put there? Anything that I missed at a high level that you want me to define?
No?
Just bring it up later.
Okay.
Charlie, do you need a hand, buddy? Shut that thing off.
I'm trying. It won't go off. It's being nasty. Oh, shoot, went back on. How do you shut these things? See, I'm just an old flip guy.
Is it back on?
Yes, it keeps
Just
going.
push and hold the red button.
The red button, this one?
No,
The end button, right? And then it goes off and then I let up on it and it comes back on.
God, it's been a while since I had one of those.
It's
Can't remember
smart.
how to use
It's
it.
smarter than I
You're giggling all over the stage, Charlie.
No, we get one more.
Push the side button. Side button.
This one too?
Yeah. Well, not at the same time.
I'll just if I could easily, I'd take the battery out. I'll just stick it in my pocket, huh?
Well, that or, we put it on, turn the volume clear down to vibrator.
Yeah.
So there's just no volume.
That's called charging.
This thing's been in the water a few times, so you gotta forgive it a little.
Water?
We're in the water.
Are we talking the
Water or
last
vodka?
night?
Fermented one.
Any questions for Jim then on his report?
So with that, I'll go over to the FSMA section. And this is just kind of an FYI update. I thought we might have a final rule that come out from FSMA. They continue to delay that ruling. Kind of a high-level reminder of what this is. This puts, for the first time, on-farm inspection under the control of the FDA, not the USDA, relative to food safety. And when we say that, it's fresh produce. So, for example, we have Perry and Sons in Urington. They surpassed the minimum money gross receipts level of $500,000, and so they fall under the FSMA rule, which means they have to create and Don can correct me if I screw any of this up, jump in, Don. But basically they have to put together a food safety, foodborne illness plan for their operation and how they handle grains, produce, and it varies depending on what the produce is that they're producing. It's very extensive. It requires water testing, water quality testing, depending on what your water sources are. You basically are taking swabs and you have to kind of have an on-farm lab that's doing the testing on that. And then, as I said, FDA is able to come out and directly inspect on your farm. And when they do that, the experience that we've seen in other states is, we're talking white coats, white gloves, and you're going to get on a produce conveyor belt and take a swab and go, oh my gosh, this has E. coli or dirt or, and it's like, well, yeah, it's a farm. And so there's been a lot of pushback by the industry relative to the produce rule, and so that continues to kind of be a moving target. We continue to expect that final rule to come out, which will really tell us where we're going to land. And at that point, I'll have a summary that will come out from NASDA that we'll be able to share with everyone exactly where that's going to fall. Those that are under the 500,000 mark basically have as I read it, a 2-year deferment before they have to meet the qualifications. We do have a program called Good Agriculture Practices, which is a USDA program. It's a USDA certification program. And in the state, NDA is the, for lack of a better word, regulator or program manager for that. And so we've had our staff go through trainings, and we've been offering and putting trainings out to those producers that are largely the small farm, small producers, which basically starts to get their food safety plan put together, starts to identify because there's definitely a cost to this. You have to change how you do your operations on your farm to include at different stages within the growing and picking process, where you have hand cleaning stations for the farm employees and how they're handling or picking produce to an extent of when you go from one type of product to another type of product in terms of picking or collecting, that you have to have that equipment cleaned to a certain level, and then I think you may even possibly have to do swab tests and things like that eventually once you get into the full rule. The reduced rule is definitely not as overly bearing as the full over 500,000 requirement for those farms currently. But that's also why there's been so much pushback and why you haven't seen a final rule come out on that. So in your book there where it talks about the FDA Food Safety Modernization Act, we kind of give a high-level overview of that. You can take a look at that at your leisure. We are continuing to try to figure out if we're going to have the capability to enter. So part of that is also food manufacturing, to enter into a cooperative agreement with FDA to actually do the food manufacturing inspection in the state. We met with the Department of Health, and they said, well, we don't have a lab, so this would be great because you guys got a lab. And so we're all great, we're on the same page. And then we find out that they had applied for a $500,000 grant to evaluate whether or not they want to enter into a cooperative agreement with FDA to do food manufacturing. So it's like the one hand is talking to the other hand. So we're trying to see where that's going to fall because they don't have a lab. And for them to do this, they would have to spend a tremendous amount of money to create a whole lab when we already have a lab that has all that equipment in it through the dairy program. So just FYI. Then the second portion of that where I'm referencing folks to 561.105 C, which is highlighted in yellow. We've seen some regulations that have gone through different agencies, specifically tax and specifically DMV, where we feel like they're making assumptions about agriculture as an industry without talking to anyone from agriculture. And so as we were looking forward to this session, we were trying to evaluate, is there a way that we can ensure that these organizations are conferring with the department, conferring with the Board of Agriculture, based on the regs that they're trying to pass or the policies that they're trying to put forward, to ensure that the ag industry isn't caught off guard or gets a voice in whatever those issues may be. And as we went back and continue to go back to our regulations and what currently exists in NRS, I realized that, yeah, we should be doing that, and that's why it says C in there, shall advise and make recommendations to the governor or the legislature relating to the policies of the state concerning livestock and agriculture. So with the way the regulatory process works, it's hard to catch all those things and all those public hearings because they happen at those agency levels. And if you're not notified, because you're not on your notification list, you wouldn't know that goes through. But once an agency, just like you guys, when you pass an act, it then has to go to the legislative reg committee.
LCB?
Yeah, it goes to LCB, but they actually have a regulatory committee that reviews those final regs that are approved either by a director or by a board and agrees with it and allows them to go in or doesn't. The example would be NDOW doing the labeling of traps a year and a half ago, and the commission passed the reg, and then when it went to LCB reg committee, the committee denied the reg. And so I think that's where we're going to have the best opportunity to voice concerns relative to NAC that's coming through other agencies. So as a heads up on what we're going to start doing and what you're going to see in the future, we're going to start utilizing those that are proposing to put regs together on the regulatory list to go to the commission. When that happens, we're going to take up those items for review by the Board of Ag. Then you'll have the opportunity to either, and we'll put them on as action items, where you'll either say the Board of Agriculture is in support of this reg, Board of Agriculture is not in support of this reg or opposed to this reg, or the Board of Agriculture takes a position. And then basically we'll be able to go to those commission meetings and represent the agriculture industry through your participation on this board for those regs that are moving forward. And all of those ways that it would affect, whether it's our petroleum, whether it's our commerce side, whether it's directly agriculture, even to a certain extent educational as it relates to the nutrition programs. And so be aware that's going to happen in the future. Luckily, well, not luckily, because the legislative session's coming up, you're not going to see a lot of those regs moving because they basically put it on the sidewalk. So with that said, the same is true, because it says here, advising on the policies of the state. That would also include NRS. So, and that's really in flux now, and I'll kind of get that here in a second, but as bills start popping and we start looking at them, we're going to be sending those out for your review, and we may have a meeting in between now and March, prior to our March meeting, just to go through and take position statements on different bills that are relevant to the agriculture industry as a whole. And that way, when I'm at the legislature and they ask, well, where does the agency stand on these bills, then we'll have that. But what we realized is a problem that we had was because of us. It was our own problem. We had the authority to do, and this is how it should be doing it. So, and with that, and yes.
On that note, so then you're going to be following the legislation. You'll forward that on to us as you find it?
Correct. And that's where I was going to, we've already gone into the bill tracking program earlier this year prior to the election, and based on what the text of the title, which is all you can see on the bills, identified a list of quite a few bills. I would guess probably 57. I would guess probably 57. Thank you, Jerry. That we've identified. Now with that, because of the change in the election, you're going to see folks that didn't get elected to put bills back in. Those bills will either drop away or another legislator from their party will pick them up for them. So we'll see how that pans out. And then, some of the bills that we see that would have had probably greater significance may not have as much significance because, you have new parties are in control of those committees, and therefore they may choose not to hear a bill that definitely would have been heard, under the previous controlling party's leadership. So we still haven't got to a point where we've got text, so really all I can tell you now is a bunch of titles, and we look for things that are dealing with fuel, commerce, agriculture, if it's obviously stated directly, but largely those come in under terms like animal, wildlife, those kind of things.
Water.
And water is another one. And so we basically have flagged those, and once we get a little further down the line and the text starts to come out and we start to see the ones pop off that aren't going to happen and that get removed and everything becomes more solidified, we'll get a better list, and then we'll forward that for you guys to review and take a look at. And so you'll have to get familiar with using the legislative website. But this gives you kind of an idea where we're headed. And yeah, we probably will have to schedule some sort of meeting late January, early February to sit down and go through the bills that folks think we need to take a look at or that we see as relevant to the agency
probably
or to the industry.
One of the first items the board should be made aware of is because of the change in the legislature, Senator Gocochea has water in his committee. He's the chairman of Government Affairs. And one of his priorities is to recognize and go into Nevada water law and start talking about consumptive use and the relationship between rivers and groundwater. We had a little discussion going to the dam, and right now the Nevada water law does not recognize that relationship. They consider them separate. So that's huge for Mr. Gocochea, and I think the board should show somehow its full support in helping him with that.
So as we get close, we'll have the actual text on those and be able to dig into the weeds a little more.
Yeah, the Nevada water law has been really tough to open up in the past with the way the balance of the legislature. A lot of rules and laws have been brought up that were good, and because of the split, they never made it past committee. So this is an opportunity to make some good changes, so we should give Peter full support on this.
Is the Ramona Morrison for the record, is the department introducing any legislation?
Yeah, so we have,
And do you have that here?
we've had them in the previous, you go back to the previous packets, they're in those packets, because we had to have our stuff in, I think before our August meeting, so I think they're in the August packet. But we have, as I remember, we have 2 bills. We have some breakout bills that they had us break out, some dealing with the veterinary pharmaceutical, some dealing with the feed portion of the Food Modernization Act and feed inspection that we talked about last time. We have an omnibus bill, which covers several chapters of our statutes, which is basically cleaning up language. It doesn't do substantive changes, but it basically, if it were using old terminology, old language, it updates that. And so all of those should be in your previous packets. If you want an electronic copy, I think it's also, they were previously posted from the packets that were previously posted, so you can get those there as well. But yeah.
Okay, anything else?
That would be the summation of my report.
Any questions from the director? Clarifications? All right, let's move forward. Number 5, Administration A, Division Goals. Mr. Barbie.
So if you go to section 5 and then 5A, you'll see there the division goals. What we're doing is updating, since we've obviously look a little different as an organization. Since we took food and nutrition in, we're in engaging with the staff in the all-staff meeting several months ago. We're putting together divisions, missions, goals, and then we're feeding that up into the agency. So in looking at these, we would appreciate your comments, and we're looking for, I believe it is an action item, we're looking for endorsement or approval of these division goals, and then at the next meeting we will bring you updated overall agency mission and goals that kind of pulls all of these things together. But we're trying to really streamline and tie what we do into a common direction, mission, and goal.
I read these and they're very broad, but it looks good, but there's one missing.
Who do we miss?
Somewhere in here, an overall goal is when someone having business with the Department of Ag leaves the building, they should look like they left D&D. It's just a, general.
Something to consider. Okay.
Anybody else? Since that one didn't go over very well. Hey, Reno's there.
Right.
All right. What's that? We have more people. We do. Who joined us in Reno?
Bob Conrad, I came in late. I apologize, and Belinda Young is here as well.
And this is Louise
That's, okay.
One more.
You already.
And we have a person from the public.
Yes.
Yes,
Louise.
your name, please?
Louise Martin.
Okay, Louise, good to have you. And Bob, by the way, you're covered in the mission and goals. Bob Conrad comes in late. Please note that. Just kidding, Bob.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Anybody have any comment on the missions and goals, or have some suggestions? Charlie?
This is just a thought. In here we have a section on Animal Industry Division mission and goals. Are there other goals for like crop production, that kind of thing, or do you want to segregate
That
them?
would be plant industry.
Later on.
Well, these are the divisions that we have in the agency.
Okay.
So this is how we have our staff basically grouped and how the reporting structure works.
Okay.
So in other words, the folks that deal with largely animal-based issues, whether that's disease, animal identification, so on and so forth. They are part of the animal industry. They report to Flint Wright, the Animal Industry Division Administrator. So basically, working through our division administrators, they've gone back and working with their divisions and their staff, which includes the folks that do the organics, that do the crops, that do the seed, that do the all of those things under plant industry. We're then involved in developing their division goals, mission and goals. So yeah, the plant industry would be the last one there, which talks about agriculture.
Yeah, I see it there. Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments? Would you like this approved?
Well, yeah, I would like to propose that you approve it or deny it and give us direction.
I move that we approve the division mission goals.
Actually, it's
statement.
not listed as
It is
action
action. I
item.
thought we were an action item.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Sorry, next meeting.
Well, we will bring back, it still works. If there's any comments or issues that you have, let us know today or let us know at a later date. And then that way when we bring over the overall that we're trying to tie it together, the agency, mission, and vision, we can do it all at one time and then you can.
I just want to say, I think it looks good, general, but I think that's kind of what you have to do on something like
Right.
that. Good job.
We're so diverse and broad, it's difficult to get too far down the weeds and then not become a 30-page document.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, well, the next one is for
They're all
action.
Next several.
B,
And these can be approved as one, can't they?
yes, the department policies, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah.
There are two at least that I would break out. The EdMaps user policy, I would break out, and she's not here yet. We're going to basically try to ask that you to pick her up.
Tina?
Jamie. Actually,
Jamie?
she's in the field in Gardnerville. And as soon as she gets there, and then we also have Deborah Harris, who works for Department of Administration and Personnel. When she arrives, we would ask her to pick up the prohibitions and penalties, and she'll actually do a presentation on those.
Well, let me ask the group this. Did anybody have any issues with the department policies? Is there anything really digging in your craw? Because what we can do is let's just take B. We'll set it aside till we get an update from those two people, and then we'll vote on it all as one package.
And I just want to make sure I understand on these, this wasn't the department working by themselves to do this. This is actually working with the state, human resources, whatever.
Well, and it depends on the policy. So, for example, prohibitions and penalties was done and led by Human Resources Department of Administration on behalf, because they are our HR representative. EdMaps was led by the plant division, which is the plant application that we're utilizing for noxious weed, which is basically defining the policies for using that software. As you go into purchasing and contract policies, that was put together by Dale, our fiscal officer. This is one of those things that we're getting in compliance with findings that we've had since 2008, relative to not having updated current agency policies. But we relied, as we put any of these together, we relied heavily, we've not recreated the wheel, we relied on other agencies and then brought those parts and pieces to make a complete picture representing our needs as the agency. Computer use policy, that was in consultation with Enterprise IT Services, which is the state's IT group, and using our business operations and IT staff. Outside employment, and I'm sorry, I'm working my way north. That was again Deborah Harris with the Department of Personnel person. Cell phone use, that went back to believe Gail and Sean, who are our business process folks, and then referencing what other agencies have done for home. And then uniform policy is actually an update. You've already approved that policy for the most part, but we made a couple of tweaks, which you can see in there on that specific one. So, yeah, and I think initially we leaned on Endow and maybe state parks on the uniform policy.
Looking at what they were doing. Okay.
Okay, so again, we'll take item 5 and we'll remove it, just get a presentation from those two individuals when they show up, and then we'll do the whole thing. So how about C, Environmental Commission regulatory change to the Upper Humboldt? This is only for information as well, Jim?
Yeah, and so I think this is an example of what I was talking about. This, I wanted to make sure folks, so as in the role of director at the Department of Ag, I have a sitting position on, am I going on? I think it's that,
Yeah. C?
See, so it starts with State Environmental Commission, October 8th, 2014.
So there's a big handout that was stuffed in.
It's about
separate, that was right where mine starts.
It's about halfway in your packet.
It is.
It's the contract policy?
No, after contract.
I don't have it.
I see.
Yeah, exactly.
This one.
Right here.
There.
Page 1.
There you go.
I think you
I see.
Yeah,
There you go.
you got it.
Yeah,
Next
yeah.
page.
5C.
So, in my role as Director of Department of Ag, I sit on the State Environmental Commission, as do several other directors. As you may or may not be aware, and I'll just say some general comments while you're trying to find it. Yes, obviously not the page number, so it's about halfway between the tab 5 and tab 6.
It's not, I don't think you have it. Here, you can share mine.
Yeah, you have it.
You had it right there, stop it. Go back
I don't
there.
have it.
Oh, there's
That's fine,
D.
D.
Go back.
So it's right before D. Huh?
It's that page, first page is missing.
It is missing. Yeah, don't see one in there.
It's not, I don't think
Yeah, I think you have it here.
I can share. You can tell me what.
There we
So,
go.
as State Environmental Commission, basically, we operate with the authority of the EPA in the state. So unlike some states like California, where the federal EPA manages their EPA regulations in California, Nevada, long-term has been in a cooperator status, where basically we have the capacity to review, to issue the permits that are done through natural resources, and then if we have findings or someone has been cited for breaking the regs relative to an EPA issue, then that comes to us as a proposed fine, and then we basically make the rule. Additionally, the Environmental Commission approves and changes the regs relative to air quality, water quality, all those things that many of you know more about than I do, to be frank. But this came up, and I wanted to make sure that it was on your radar. The Environmental Commission, and you can go back in the minutes and actually see the statement made several times over and over again. we're in a position where if we disagree with a proposed increase that the EPA puts forward, which the EPA basically sets the bar, we have the authority to deny it and not change the regs, which then is going to result in the EPA, who has the authority of coming in behind us, around us, whatever you want to call it, and they can implement their own federal fines into that specific situation or break. If we are unwilling as a state to adopt any of these regs, although it's done in a very nice manner, basically we're between a rock and a hard spot. We give up control of our EPA authorities, and then the federal government, the federal EPA, basically say Nevada is now a federally operated EPA program. And so there's a lot of different times when the Environmental Commission basically has to go along so that we don't lose control. And I think this is one of those examples. This is referencing, this has nothing to do with the U.S. waterways and those new regs that are coming out. But what this does is it evaluates the beneficial use on these water, for lack of a better word, waterways. And you guys correct me, because like I say, I know Davey has way more water experience and understanding than I do. But what it does in several of these that are seasonal streams that don't run all the time, it increases the water quality requirements in such a way where it's not going to be possible for them to meet those water rights or water quality requirements. There's no real regulatory problem for agriculture because agriculture is given a waiver, but the concern is then if a private environmental group decides that, well, you know, the EPA can't do anything because agriculture is a beneficial use and they have a waiver relative to this water quality, they can still, as a private entity, sue that producer who is interacting with that waterway. And so it basically increases liability on individual producers. And this is the kind of thing, and this happened before, as I go back to the previous conversation, before we brought forward, we can get your guys' approval and stuff before these things go to LCB. This would be an example of where you would want LCB to approve it because we don't want to lose control of our EPA handles and controls. But at the same rate, I think it would be good for agriculture to be on the record in terms of concerns or support or lack of support for these kind of changes. So this was what it is, informational, and this kind of got us started on, you know, wanting to know more about water law. Started, but we thought maybe it would be a good time to have some folks present to us on water law and how that all works. But this is kind of the starting point of that, and I mean it's long and gruesome in terms of its in depth, but it kind of, if you go back to, so you see the draft, it starts with the LCB draft proposal, and you can flip through that. The front part, there doesn't seem to be much in terms of changes, but maybe we only use black and white copies, so there should be different colors in there where you're identifying changes. Okay, that's all right. If, yeah. So what we'll do is online, we'll make sure the color version is there, and you'll be able to parse out where the changes. But as you get further back where they go into the water quality standards, that's where you will see in some of these, not all of them, but in some of these, where there's been a change in that water quality requirement. And the concern is in several cases that those specific waterways that are seasonal streams or creeks would not be able to pass that water quality threshold. But there's no industry there, so there's no one to be held responsible relative to the federal government, but ultimately you can be held responsible by private organizations or groups. And then if you continue into the second portion of that, which is the petition, and it talks about, you know, what effect this would have as a regulatory change. That'll give you kind of an overview, just a small business impact, and then it talks about the classes of waters, and that's where the presentation kind of was given to us to try to kind of identify those differences in water quality, where the and there's some minor stuff in there, but it talks about the Humboldt Humboldt Basin and what they're including as in or out. And for example, Pete in Elko, I think that they've extended that a little bit to the east and a little bit to the north, which may actually encompass some of your area, because as you go to the third page that gives more of a detailed map of the upper Humboldt Basin, which is what they're talking about, you can see there where they've got Memorial Creek, Secret Creek, Mary's River, Tabor Creek, so on and so forth. So it's informational. Like I said, I'm definitely not the expert, but there is concern that some of the water quality changes could impact the producers individually, but not on a regulatory
Jim, where would we find information like some of these, those tables back here, they have the most restricted beneficial use? What does that mean? How so we can interpret what we're even seeing if we care to go through this?
What we can do is I'm going to have the guy that did the presentation to us at the Environmental Commission come in, because there's just no way I would do it justice to even try. I'm giving you kind of a high level of what I garnered in his presentation, what I was taking away from it. As a group, the Commission was very concerned when we first saw this, that this had to do with declaring the upper Humboldt as part of this U.S. waters of the U.S. regulatory. Has nothing to do with it. They're already under that control in terms of the EPA side. It's simply changing the water quality requirements to parts and pieces of those sections. And as you go through there, that's where they talk about the water body names. So, for example, the Humboldt River North Fork, from the National Forest boundary to the confluence with Beaver Creek, is have an aquatic species concern, or does that have fish in it basically? And they're saying yes. Trout, which opens it up to endangered species because it's got species in there. And then when it references like the 445A.1458, that's the water quality reference, which I believe if you flip back words, you would find that should correlate, if I remember correctly. Basically, it correlates with one of their water quality graphs. And then, if you had the color, you could see which ones they were changing the quality requirements on, which we would have to line to see the color version in there, where they're changing that water quality. And then you go into all of that, which is online.
So, like the 30,000-foot view of this thing, looking down saying, okay, if you have a stream that's not a trout quality, they have another tributary, and one that is not one it is, are you better off saying, okay, things are working quite well in this area, but will they come into more restrictions? So
well, I think every day, whether it has trout or doesn't have trout, either way they're becoming more regulated, and I think this is kind of one of those steps that you're seeing that's in front of you. I mean, this is basically increasing the water quality requirements on existing water creeks, waterways that in many cases are not year-round even. So if you don't have a year-round creek, but you have water quality requirements, right, exactly. I mean, there's going to be some issues, but then the EPA and everybody says, well, no, don't worry, you're all good because you know, it doesn't affect agriculture and there's no industry. That would only be significant if industry was put along that, and then industry would be required because you are a beneficial use. You're waived of this water quality testing requirement and reg. But when they change the water quality and that creek no longer can meet the water quality requirement, even though the feds don't necessarily hold you responsible as an individual producer that's producing along that waterway, private organizations through the court system can. Do you see what I'm saying?
So they're opening up for that.
And that was our concern on the commission, but then if it's something that we back away with and say, no, we're not going to support this, then what happens is you've gone against the EPA, the EPA comes in and declares, there's a legal term for it, but basically control of your state environmental laws, and it happens anyway. And at least this way, we're still a part of the conversation. So it's a horrible taste, but it's where you're at, basically, with the system that's set up. Don't ask me too hard.
Ramona Morrison for the record. The question was private organizations. Would they even have standing?
Well, you know, it would depend on the group. It would depend on where they're located. You know,
I mean,
the game.
That's what we never challenge. Is their
Right.
standing. That's okay.
And they always seem to wind up getting somewhere with it.
Jim, the only thing that I would advise you is a little, some 101 historical precedents to be careful with when this happens, is somehow the EPA, through their self-proclaimed superior intellect, uses the issue of water quality to purchase more water. And this theory was tested in the Truckee River, where diluting it is the solution to polluting it. And if you go through and look at the Desert Research Institute, DRI, about 2002 or 3, one of the doctors there, it wasn't Greg Pohl, it was another one, turned that around and said it's not. And it's something that everybody with common sense knew for years, that if you have a pollution issue or a water quality issue, you need to take the bad stuff out of the water. But by diluting it, doesn't take care of it. But what the diluting part did was allow the justification of getting government funding to purchase water rights for the dilution. So just remember that, you know, these, I don't want to call them schemes, but the EPA can do things that may not necessarily be for the betterment of the, I mean, when you have a short water year, you have a short water year. Or if you have a stream that's historically dry.
And that was exactly the concern that was voiced by the commission as a whole, you know, that we're boxed into making decisions in lieu of not being able to making decisions we don't necessarily agree with in lieu of not being able to be a part of the conversation. So anyway, FYI, and as you look at this even into the future and you get more questions that are technical, send them to me and I will find somebody that can give us the answers.
Ramona Morrison for the record. Jim, do you have any sense of how other states are handling these kinds of?
Well, you know, it varies. Again,
are some states actually suing or
on this level? No. I mean, this is kind of the now obviously on waters of the U.S. You know, yeah, that's an entirely different story. But on these kind of actions, you know, this is something in California that just happens automatically because the EPA has the control. And I guess that's where, you know, the Environmental Commission wants to maintain, you know, control where we can in Nevada, representing Nevada, for example, as those fines come forward, whether it's an air quality fine, we do a lot of those, and a construction company that's running gravel plant. And, you're required for a gravel plant, they gotta have so many emitters, they're spraying down the product, so little dust within a blah, 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 yah. And then, at least in Nevada, we're able to hear what the issues were and make a ruling as best we can on the fine, whether it's just or not, based on each individual circumstances, versus the federal government simply going in and saying, nope, this is what it is.
Well, I understand that politically, but the problem with some of this is a thinly veiled hold the state over a barrel on the part of EPA, and we know from a lot of interaction with these federal agencies that they don't necessarily follow the law, and they probably have no basis or very little basis in which to enforce this. And so that's my question: if we as a state are just going to get held over the barrel, or take a different route.
Well, I can tell you.
I understand keeping control.
Right, I think I've answered that question based on what I've said. That in lieu of not being a part of the conversation, in many cases these regs are adopted by them.
We have another office in the state, constitutional office, the Attorney General's office.
Right.
That's what I'm really for.
Gotcha. But yeah, they haven't entered into that conversation currently.
That might change.
Jim, maybe you've said it and I missed it, but by the state staying, NDEF staying involved as opposed to EPA.
Right. Yeah, thank you.
Does that change the say, proposed fines and penalties?
Yes.
Because I know that the EPA traditionally has more onerous penalties than the tariffs.
Correct. And that's what I was trying to, and I guess I wasn't doing a good job of communicating. That's part of the reason why us being a part of the conversation and being able to be in that final rule is significant, because we've seen in some cases, one example, one of the first meetings that I was at is we had a company that had been bought out by another company. They had been fined as the previous company. The company that bought them out did not and was not made aware in the transition of ownership of the business that they had previously been fined for this thing, or that there was no issue. They never fixed the issue, walked away from it, and so then they wound up in like their third fine series. It's a company that employed like maybe 25 people total, and a construction company, and it would have resulted in the proposed fine of $140,000. The result of that fine would have shut the doors on that business. And the result of that is we would have 25 folks unemployed, in really what was in the deep part of our recession that we've seen over the last few years. Based on them not being engaged in that, based on the Environmental Commission doing the review and doing the proposal for the fine, we only fined them $40,000 versus $140,000, which the CEO was beyond excited about, because it was the difference between them staying in business and not staying in business. If we would have said no fine, the concern would be that the EPA would come in and would rule us, and then it would be even more than that.
Because some of their fines at the EPA really are, per day. If it's in a violation per day, it could be $20,000 or $30,000 per day. I mean,
exactly.
It's absolutely out of control.
And an average fine, I would think that we levy, just off the top of my head, sitting on the Environmental Commission, is probably, with the big ones and the little ones intermixed, somewhere around $10,000 total.
Ramona, you have the last word on this.
Ramona Morrison, for the record. I think maybe one strategy to take, I get why the state would want to maintain control, obviously, but what we might consider doing is the board taking a position against this and perhaps working with the AG's office.
Well, and that's where I started the conversation, and saying that, recognizing that the 561 point, whatever it was that we talked about earlier, that these regs should be coming for the board, and the board should be levying opinion on it before it goes to the legislative regulatory committee, before they take action on it. This is where I want us to head.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
I get that, but in strategically allowing the Department of Environmental Quality to stay in control and not abdicate to the EPA, but then we taking a separate action, opposing the reg specifically.
And that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
In other words,
Okay.
after the
So it's
EPA,
not-
or after the Environmental Commission would rule on a reg, then I would bring that reg to the Board of Ag, and then you
Okay,
guys
okay.
would make a call on it, for lack of a better word. And then that would give me the opportunity to put your position forward to the Legislative Regulatory Committee before they basically codify it as a yes or a no. And then if you want to do something else as a board beyond that, that would be on your wherewithal. Correct.
Okay, that was a presentation only. The next item is D, and that's the presentation by the state water engineers folks.
They're here when we take a quick break.
Oh, okay. All right.
And we might have to get the size of the room a little bit so that we can give them some presentation space. And we apologize for the small room, but we knew that you wanted to really get to that as well.
If anybody
That will
needs
happen.
the restrooms out the door, down the hall to the left, and we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Okay, we're back on the record. Jim has one quick announcement before we move to the state folks.
First, when we take breaks, they would ask that we congregate at either end of the hall, but not here in the middle, because that's basically where the administrative offices are, and it gets loud and they're trying to work. And then, secondly, we do have a password for a wireless connection for your devices, and so if you would like to be wirelessly connected on your iPad or anything that you're using, if you can raise your hand as we get started and going, Damon will come by and set you up with those passcodes.
Charlie? Charlie?
Password.
Password, okay. Also, for you folks, Pete and Nelco and the Reno folks, we did not get the presentation early enough to get it set up so you can see what we're seeing, but Jerry will have it posted on the NDA website, and you can look over the PowerPoint as we see it. It just won't be real time, so
Thanks.
apologize for that.
Oh.
Oh, you're still working on it? Okay.
So we're still in the holding pattern.
I can give this presentation without PowerPoint.
I'm sorry?
I can give this presentation without PowerPoint.
Just do it by paper?
Yeah, I mean, it's a benefit to you to have it in front of you, but it's something that I can actually deliver without the visual presentation at time. If you can't get this to work.
Do you want to, can we go on to something else real quick?
Well, I was just looking, Paul, to see what else we could move to while they're doing that up. We could go ahead and talk a little bit about the public lands report.
Yeah, that'll
So let's
be
do that.
quick.
Item E.
Okay. So you found where D was, and at the end of D is the public lands report, which is 5E.
It's actually right after
that.
5D. There is no 5D.
And this is something that basically I wanted to make sure that we got a copy to everyone. And it's during the 2013 legislative session, they had AB 227, which basically said that they wanted the a subcommittee to review the possibilities of what it would look like if Nevada took over more control and management of some of the public lands, and basically they went from public lands to become state lands of Nevada. Economically, what that would look like, would it be beneficial to the tax base, to school districts, education, funding? Could the state possibly handle that kind of responsibility and fund those kind of activities? And this was a committee that was led by DeMar Dahl out of Elko County Commissioner, and they had county commissioners, they had legislators, I'm assuming in the list of who the total participants were. But basically, this is page 7. So you had DCNR, Economic Development, Steve Hill, Doug Busselman with Farm Bureau started out on there before he left for Minnesota, and I'm assuming that they had somebody stand in after he departed. But you got the Sierra Club, Clark County, Coalition of Nevada Wildlife, Conservation League, Southern Nevada Public Land Management, BLM, and then of course I had the Attorney General's Office representative, and put this report together that they were supposed to deliver to the Public Lands, the State Public Lands Committee, which was chaired by Assemblyman Isley. In a last-minute maneuver, Isley chose not to, basically to lay it on the table and postpone it, rather than.
But it's accepted to the committee.
It's still accepted to the committee, because by law, they had to accept it to the committee. It was on the agenda, and so I think what he was trying to get done still didn't get done, but they didn't talk about it, didn't have any discussions. Well, with the political change that we've seen at the legislature, this is for sure going to be discussed, and it's for sure going to be a topic of interest during the next legislative session, and I would assume you're going to see some bill that is aligned with this report. So it seems we were having a hard time getting copies of the report, and you couldn't get it digitally, and you could only get it. So anyway, we basically took the copy that was given to me and made copies of it so that you would have a copy of it for your convenience and opportunity to review what the results were, what the comments were. It was pretty interesting. But this will be one of those things that we'll talk about pre-February as the bills start to roll out. So when we talk about the BDR that I'm sure is to accompany this, we'll come back to it, but I wanted to make sure that you had a copy of this so that you could start reviewing it, and it's going to definitely be a topic of large discussion. So that was all. It was pretty high level in general, and give you an opportunity to take a look at it.
Is it digital one that was on that you put out?
Yeah, so it's on the digital. No, it's the same. So if you've got it digitally, you've got it there as well.
Has anybody heard in any of these discussions, thumbing through this report, does anybody know, do they have any kind of an idea who will have the management role of these lands?
It'll probably be DCNR. If it was transferred to the state's control,
yeah,
it would largely be DCNR, Natural Resources Conservation, Leo Drosdorf's outfit, and then there will be parts and pieces that are kind of under a combined. So when they rolled this out, they brought taxation in the room. They had, of course, Leo. They brought me. You had Tony Wadley. All the folks that are associated through their regs with this ground, even if it's still federal. So in other words, NDOW deals with wildlife that would be on the ground. We deal with invasives and plant species that would be on the property, or in some cases grazing, not as a regulatory but as an industry voice. Taxation, obviously, how it would change the tax structure by having different activities on these grounds that are. Am I missing anything else? And Dennis is giving me the look. I'm not sure if that's good. And but the primary, as I understood it, and the presentation was given to us, the primary role, responsibility, and management would be at DCNR.
Well, phase one looks like it's going to be the checkerboard along the now UP corridor. So there's a lot of people that have grazing rights. Who's going to police and oversee the grazing and to make sure that the rules are applied similar to BLM and the Forest Service does now.
I would assume we would still, the Department of Ag would pick up that role, like I said, where we would be working, where we haven't had regulatory because it's on public land and it would be a federal ta-da. It would be something that we would deal with as the state agency then. Much like, but that's not settled. I mean, I think if Leo was sitting here, Leo may say, well, actually, I thought that we would do that as the land management. So, you know, the devil's in the detail, and that's where you're going to see a bill that would break this out as an implementation. And I think that's where the rubber's going to meet the pavement.
Yeah, it's a concern of mine that, and this may sound funny, that the Department of Ag would oversee the grazing, but it is a concern of mine because if something has already happened in the past with grazing in public lands, it's bound to happen in the future with the state handling it. And you guys, I don't know if you've kept track lately. I know all of us were looking at what happened down south, but it's a no-win scenario either way with what happened down south. And have they even discussed those types of situations happening with producers not abiding by the rules or paying their bill, and then all of a sudden the state of Nevada Department of Ag is out gathering up cattle?
Okay, Ramona Morrison for the record. I take issue with that. That problem was Clyde or us, because we were in the same exact position, would never happen had the BLM and Forest Service followed their own laws in the first place. Now, I'm not talking about since then.
Right.
But they have put the industry and producers, not in all of the states, but in certain sections of the state, under such terrible management that doesn't even correspond with their regulatory authority. That to suggest that that would happen under the state, I think is a stretch.
Oh, I think it's an issue that needs to be discussed because the one thing
it
that's...
wouldn't have happened in the first place. We don't have
Ramona,
an issue
the one
with
thing
Forest Service to deal with, if they would do their job.
Ramona, the one thing that's not in dispute is they did not pay their grazing fees.
That was after.
No, stop.
20 years later.
I know, forget about that. If we have a producer that doesn't pay his fees in this state, I just want to make sure that the people that are discussing this remember these scenarios. Are we going to, now we're a state, okay, I'm looking.
And my response, and I think the response of the committee based on the comments that, I'm definitely not speaking for that committee, but based on the comments they made to us in that meeting, directly from NACO and from DeMar, was under the worst case scenarios, the state will be easier to work with than the feds have been, and that's where they're operating from. Now, with that said, I think what would support that is that if an agency is in charge of that, whether it's NDOW, DCNR, Ag, whatever that is, local politics and the public has greater access at that level to those decision makers than a federal business, and more capacity. And more capacity, okay, I will, thank you. And more capacity to leverage pressure on those agencies and direct the leadership, the example being the Board of Agriculture and its role and interaction with the director of the Department of Agriculture, I think would be the perfect example. In other words, if the Department of Agriculture is doing overly burdensome regulatory action affecting the agriculture industry, apparently agriculture industry is going to have influence on those decisions through this board and influence on who that leader for that agency is, the Department of Ag. Me, short meaning you can.
Mr. Chairman, one other comment on that, Wade Spratling, for the record. A lot of the issues with federal agencies is the inability to get them to respond to data retrieval or being transparent as to what the data is they're using to come up with whatever regulatory action. And through a state agency, I think it would be much more able to go in there and get the data that backs up their supposed regulatory actions, and with looking at so many things with BLM and Forest Service that you cannot get the data that they're using, or Fish and Wildlife Service especially, what data they're using to come up with a regulatory scheme. I think that's an important part of it.
I would hope, and I cannot see, and Ramon, I see your point, but the state of Nevada, we can learn so much about how to work with these cattlemen and these producers, and that part I don't dispute that we can do a better job. The problem is, are we prepared? That's all I mean by looking at that scenario down there. There is no win at all in the future. Another gather, I don't see what the end result's going to come up and produce. But what I take exception to, Ramona, is when a producer doesn't pay their bill, no matter what the reason is, and the rest of us in the state of Nevada are paying the bill, and the state of Nevada, are we going to be more lenient? We've already done this. We saw a scenario with the sale yard, and look what it got us into by being lenient and helpful, and not getting in the way of that man's livelihood. And where did he get us? So those are my concerns I have. They do have greater access to us, but does that mean they'll have a greater amount of ability to not abide by the rules? Are we going to? Because it happens.
And I think just those things specifically, just that conversation specifically, will be if any bill does come out, and if any bill does try to progress through the session, those conversations will happen in front of committee specifically, saying, well, what is this going to look like? If we're going to, because you're going to have to get, it's going to start in one of the houses, it's going to have to progress through multitudes of committees actually, because of the diverse nature of this. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good question, and I think that's what's going to get panned out at the session, or not panned out, not go anywhere.
Well, I would like to add to that, because if you look at the history of the grazing program in Nevada, you've not really had, up until the last 20 years, anarchy as a result of tyranny. And that's, in our case, they canceled our permits. What are we supposed to do? We're sitting there with a white elephant. We own all the water. We had all of the private property rights. We're still paying taxes to the Department of Taxation, and yet we couldn't use our ranch. And so we tested it in the courts, and it was a test case. So I think to use our situation or the Bundy situation as an example is you're looking at it 30, 40 years down the road when an agency admittedly has run off the rails. And when you look at it in the early years, you did not see people resisting paying grazing fees. The issue has never been grazing fees. The grazing fees it's the way we're being managed out of our livelihood. And so I think that those are exceptions to the rule because of agencies going off the rails, not if you have ordinary management and respect for property rights, I don't think there's going to be a problem with anybody, unless you've got it. Well,
I don't.
I can think of one rancher in the history of Nevada who really caused a lot of problems, and he isn't around anymore. So.
Well, Tim, just to follow up with that, I'll just say that I think somebody out there will test the system, and I'm completely behind it, but
the state has the police power. More police power than the BLM has.
Tim.
Just to clarify that, I'm confused. I guess they're going to clarify when they finally put a bill through or whatever, but who actually is, what happens between, for instance, Endow and Department of Ag as far as grazing sheep issues, the bighorn issue, but what's allowable uses, all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of stuff.
And I don't think this, for example, that issue, I don't think would necessarily land on the state other than with the Department of Wildlife, because it would be a bighorn. I mean, other than our working with the Department of Wildlife and with the authorities that we have now, if anything were to go through here, we probably wouldn't gain more authority relative to that, simply because that's more of a Fish and Wildlife Service Endow working with the industry, and then us working in that capacity. But I mean, in other words, we wouldn't have any more. We don't have any regulatory control over wildlife on the private or on under any situation currently other than disease, and you know, this wouldn't change that in that specific example. But all of us in these agencies are, and understand, I'm not positioning this as we're in support of it or we're not in support of it, and we're talking a lot of conjecture relative to how this could possibly, I have no idea. I mean, we're just basically having an open conversation. But, you know, we're all county members and we work for the same boss. You guys are my boss, the governor is my boss, and so I think some of those things would happen at a governor level in terms of some decisions there.
But I guess what you're saying is that it's Department of Natural Resources that will partly handle it.
Yeah, I think
overall, there will be somebody in overall control.
Right, I think that's pretty much, that's my understanding based on the present, and I haven't read the entire document, skimmed it, but that's my understanding based on the presentation that was presented to us by DeMar. Yeah.
I think one of the important parts of this too is that in their proposal, they said that any existing rights on these public lands that would be transferred to private will still be intact.
Right.
So if you had a grazing permit on a piece in a checkerboard, you would not lose your grazing rights whether that land was sold, transferred, or anything else. You still have the grazing rights on it, and most likely you have the stock wire, on that land.
Definitely would.
So what the point being that, I think they're trying to say, to protect, because I think a lot of maybe people from this would be happy with the state taking some control, if not all control of federal lands. But there's always that concern, okay, we're just going to have, in any given checkerboard, 45 different owners out there because they've privatized it.
Well,
and the thing is, they're protecting those existing rights, and that's the key.
And the fees generated off of those rights within at the state level as well, which you would have more influence and control over. I think that's the other part of that.
Well, and I'll give you an example. We're going to have a little bit of presentation today on the ed maps. But if anybody hasn't had a chance to sit down and talk or work with Tina on what she's doing there, there's a lot of benefits to the producer by the information that she's gathering and what the data. But what happens when that data, and remember, Tina's working for the Department of Agriculture, that data goes the other direction. Because there may be a few of us in this room can give a specific example, and we can, that a permit may become in a drought where, as a producer, we can't run on it. The state's going to be in that position eventually someday to say, you can't turn out because of the grazing conditions. And so then I go back, are we going to end up in another Argenta situation? So that data may go back in the opposite direction to hurt a producer, but it may be for the betterment of the range. I mean, just to say that it's, they don't know what they're talking about, and I think this issue with Argenta there's a lot of issues there, right? The EA, the drought EA, all of those are really important, but what if there is a situation where the range cannot be ran properly because of the drought? Okay, how you guys doing with your presentation?
So I think the plan is, because they haven't been able to get it up on the program, we do have it up on a laptop. Most of the board is here. We only have one outlying board member, which is Pete. Sorry, Pete, and Elko. And so we're going to put it at the end of the table and you can see it on the screen, which will be small text, but at least we'll get some benefit out of it. And he'll be able to utilize the laptop to present it to us, and we'll have Paul and Tim and Paul try to move down to this end. One of you can have my chair, and we'll move some others up, and then they can present from that end. Will that work for you?
It will. The presentation doesn't really have to have the PowerPoint that goes with it.
It's totally up to you. If you'd be more comfortable without the little computer, that's your call.
Well, it might be better for some of the parties that can actually read it.
Okay.
But
sure.
Either way, I mean,
then we'll do that.
Have the presentation, but I'm kind of surprised they couldn't make it work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, okay. You're on.
Where do you want me?
Let's put you at this end, and
Is it Rick, right? Yeah. You know, Rick, I think Pete had a better time seeing us at this end, so why don't,
Okay.
yeah, I forgot about that. Why don't you come up here?
Good point.
Sorry, Paul.
Good, now begin.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Sit, sit.
Yeah, one beer.
Dan, sit. Roll over.
No, don't do that.
I need to move this out of the way.
Okay, Rick, you have the floor.
No, that's okay. Push it back down that way.
Want to push it down this way?
Can we put it down this way? We're getting there. We got it.
Can you slide around that way? And watch it.
We can move over. Or you move past it.
We're just getting cozy.
Oh, I know.
Full screen there?
Yeah.
My bottom bar was.
All right. Well, sorry that didn't work, but this will work without the actual PowerPoint. Anyway, my name's Rick Felling, and I'm a deputy administrator with the Division of Water Resources, and I'm happy to be here and give you an overview of Nevada water law. With me is John Guillory. He's our senior engineer from our Las Vegas office. Today I'm going to give an overview of basically Nevada water law issues and some current issues. I'm going to talk about the appropriation process, how one goes about and actually acquires the water right, all the steps that are involved, how to maintain that right, how one might lose that water right. Talk a bit about water right ownership as far as the state engineer's office is concerned. Criteria used by the state engineer when deciding whether to approve or deny an application, that's all in statute. And then I'm going to go and talk about some current issues. I've got about 50 slides. There's a lot of information here. It'll take a while. I don't want anybody to get too far behind. So if you have a question, I'll be happy to answer them as we go along. Next, please. The mission of the Division of Water Resources is to conserve, protect, manage, and enhance the state's water resources for Nevada citizens through the appropriation and reallocation of public funds. We have 8 or 9 statutes that deal solely with water law. The 2 most important for the average person are chapters 533, which deals with adjudications and appropriations, and chapter 534, which deals with underground water, wells, aquifer storage and recovery, and geothermal resources. In these next slides, I want to introduce a few concepts in terms that we're going to be using today. First of all is the prior appropriation doctrine. You probably all know. I don't know how much experience many of you have with water. I know some have a lot of experience, and I don't know about the rest. But in Nevada, we're the prior appropriation state, first in time, first in right. Beneficial use is the limit of the water right, and it's a use it or lose it state. You don't use your water, you're in danger of losing your water right. Very briefly, a unit of measure is an acre-foot, typically for volume, and for conversion rate, we use cubic foot per second. Other important concepts, supplemental rights. Supplemental rights are when there are 2 or more rights that are used together for an intended use. So let's say one has a surface water right, that water right supply might run out towards the middle of the year. They may have groundwater that they can then use to supplement surface water to get their full crop in. Similarly, we have a commingled right, which allows for 2 or more uses simultaneously. For instance, groundwater and effluent that could be used simultaneously for an intended use. And then preferred uses. These would be for designated groundwater bases where the state engineer has identified 1 or more uses that are preferred over other users. In Nevada, all sources of water within the boundaries of the state, whether below the surface, belong to the public. And all uses of water require a permit from the state engineer, except for domestic wells. So a permit's not required to drill a domestic well, and they're intended to serve 1 single-family home, culinary use, family garden, livestock, or domestic animals, I should say. And they're limited to 2 acre-feet per year. In Nevada, there are about 49,000 domestic wells statewide, 11,000 domestic wells currently in Pahrump alone, about 6,600 here in Las Vegas, 2,000 in Reno. And I'm going to talk about the application process. I'll go through what we call Reader's Digest version. So one files an application.
Rick, hang on just a second. Reno, could you mute?
Okay. Okay. So if one wants a water right from the state engineer, they filed an application, there's a form, there's a supporting map, and there's a fee. We review it. If it's in order, we send it for publication. It's published in local papers. There's a protest period. After that, it's ready for action. The state engineer needs more information. He'll hold hearing determination. I'll talk about this a bit more in more detail. So, the water right, an application is filed with the Office of the State Engineer. That establishes that priority. And that priority is going to exist for that if that water right is granted. If that water right is granted and it's changed its point of conversion, its manner of use, or its place of use is changed at any point, it still maintains that priority. And that's an important concept. So if everything is in order, a notice is going to be published in the local newspaper once a week for 4 weeks. Following that 4-week publication period, there's a 30-day protest period that starts on the last day of publication. And during that period, any party can file a protest to that application for any good cause, or causes that aren't good. They can file a protest without limitation. Now once the publication and protest period has been completed, we call it ready for action. If a protest was filed, the state engineer might often ask the applicant to respond to the protest issues. He may conduct a field investigation. Oftentimes, we'll hold an administrative hearing to discuss the issues. But there are cases where even if it's protested, the state engineer feels that he has enough information to make a decision and he can go ahead and issue a ruling without a hearing. So, if a ruling is issued, that application can get approved just as requested. Approved with certain conditions, for instance, like a monitoring, management, and mitigation plan, some pumpage reporting. Or it can be approved for an amount less than the applicant has requested. It can be approved for that. Or, of course, that application can be denied. Once a permit is issued, there are 2 important conditions that are associated with every permit. And those are time frames for the proof of completion of the diversion works and proof of beneficial use. So the proof of completion is the actual drilling of a well, putting in of a ditch, putting in a sprinkler system, whatever it takes to actually place that water to use. That's the proof of completion. That's got to be filed, completed, and filed with our office and accepted. The other condition is actually placing the water to beneficial use. So put in the works, now you have to actually, and then you have to file a PDU. Gary? All right. The water right can only be perfected if those two conditions have been completed. Both of them done and filed and accepted by our office. So what happens?
Can you just repeat it? No, not that part. Mute the volume on the TV.
Oh.
Is it possible?
There's a remote right there.
Sorry.
Are y'all able to hear me okay?
Yeah.
And like I said, if you have questions, I'm going to go through this pretty quick. Just speak up. That's fine. Okay. Well, by law, there's a limit to how much time the state engineers can give for placing the needs. It's 5 years to complete the works of diversion and 10 years for put the water to beneficial use. Typically, the state engineer will give less than that. For instance, 2 years for the proof of completion and 5 years for the PBU. Failure to complete these or file the paperwork in a timely fashion will result in the cancellation of that permit. So what if the party just can't do it? They can't complete that. Well, they can file for an extension of time. And currently in Nevada, we issue 4,000 or 5,000 extensions every year for people that just simply can't complete the works of diversion, can't put it to beneficial use, what have you. The application for an extension has to be filed within 30 days from final notice of filing of proof, which is important. And an extension is good for 1 year, except for a QM right, quasi-municipal right, public utility, which can be for 5 years. And there's a filing fee for every extension, for 100 a year. What we look for in whether or not to grant an extension of time to prevent cancellation is whether really.
Is that for Lori?
Yeah.
Lori is in Flamingo?
No, that's Carter and James.
That's not it.
That's party. So
Sorry.
shows the main debate and with reasonable diligence to complete the work and have the water. We okay?
I think we went off the record.
All I did was reduce the volume.
Make somebody else try to file while you were in.
They're not at their site. Well, they're not at the Elko site. They're at like the Great Basin College. I can't.
Are we still recording in Reno?
Yes, we are.
I got the volume down so that we can.
Okay, we're good. We got tons of.
Okay.
So if a party fails to file for their extension of time, then that permit will be canceled.
If, so when you drill a well, you also, at that same after the first drill, you have to have either a pivot or a ditch or whatever also.
Yeah, you pretty much need to put in what the works that are needed to actually place that water.
And then for the proof of
beneficial use.
And then the beneficial use is when you actually do.
Yeah, you use
run water.
You actually use the water, document it, and then file a form with our office.
Okay, so the proof of completion, you have to have everything in, not only just the well, but the delivery system and.
Yeah. Okay. But once all the proofs have been filed with our office, the state engineer will prepare and issue a certificate of appropriations. And the applicant gets, the permit holder gets a copy, and a copy is held in our office. Now, what's important is that beneficial use is the basis measuring the limit of the right to the use of the water. So let's say a party had a quarter section of land, and they filed an application to irrigate 160 acres, and 4 acre-feet per acre was the duty. So that's 640 acre-feet of water. They filed an application, there was enough water in the basin, and the state engineer granted it. They went out, they drilled the well, and they put in a pivot, and they irrigated that pivot. So they filed their proof of completion, and they filed their proof of beneficial use, and they irrigated that pivot. Well, pivot's only about 125 acres, so that's what they irrigated. That's what they used. So when they file their PBU with our office, the state engineer is going to issue a certificate for the amount that they used. Not the 640 acre-feet to irrigate the entire quarter section, but 500 acre-feet, 125 acres for the pivot times 4 acre-feet per acre. That's what they'll get. So they're limited to their actual use of the water, and that's what the state engineer will issue a certificate for. Now, how does one lose a water right? Water rights can be lost through cancellation, forfeiture, or for abandonment. Cancellation is just for permits, and that's what I talked about before a certificate was issued. In 1981, there was an amendment to the statutes that provided for an administrative procedure to review for the cancellation of a permit. So a party has 60 days from the date of that cancellation to file a request with the state engineer for a review. So then we'll have a hearing, and if there's good cause, the state engineer will rescind that cancellation. Now, if you remember, I said once the application is done, you get a priority date, and that's your date forever. Well, there's an exception, and this is the exception. If that cancellation is rescinded, you lose your priority, and your priority is reset to the date of that rescission. Otherwise, if he upholds that cancellation, then your water right is gone. The other two ways are forfeiture and abandonment. Forfeiture applies to, next slide please. Forfeiture applies to only certificated groundwater. That's what it applies to. And if that water hasn't been used for 5 consecutive years, it's subject to forfeiture. So if a party knows that they're not going to actually place their water, this is a certificated right, so you put it to beneficial use and you have everything you need. If you know he's not going to use it for 5 years, you can file an application for an extension with our office. If it's in a basin for which we do inventories, pumpage inventories or crop inventories, we're required by law to send them a letter after 4 years. We call it 4-year letter, in which we notify that party that they're in danger of forfeiture if they don't put that water to beneficial use or file for an extension. And we can grant any number of extensions, but they can only be for 1 year at a time. And in determining whether to grant an extension to prevent a forfeiture, we're going to look at, what are the reasons why that water could be put to beneficial use? Economic reasons. Was there reasons with respect to climate? Was there not enough water? Was there too much water? They didn't need to use it all that water. State engineers can look at all those factors in determining whether or not to grant an extension for that certificated right. In a forfeiture proceeding, the burden of proof is on the person alleging the forfeiture. So for basins where we do inventories, typically that would be our office. So the burden of proof would be on the state engineer's office. Now there's abandonment. Abandonment is for all surface waters and all vested claims and adjudicated waters. An abandonment requires 10 years of non-use immediately preceding the claim that the water has been abandoned. So 10 full years, and it's not just the use of the water. It's pretty much anything related to that water. If there's been any delivery whatsoever, if there's been payment for maintenance occurred in the delivery of the water, costs for capital improvements, maintenance related to the delivery of water, for instance, ditch fees, then that right it's not subject to abandonment. So for abandonment, pretty much a person has to declare that they no longer want that water right, or perhaps be just totally gone, absolutely gone and can't be found. So abandonment is a different process. So for all of these actions, for forfeiture, abandonment, any person that feels, this is the language, it's in NRS 533-415, it's pretty good. Any person feeling aggrieved by any order or decision of the state engineer may file an appeal in the proper court of the county in which the matters are situated. Now, they have to be filed within 30 days from the issuance of that decision. That's the only limit. But all of those decisions can be appealed in district court. The courts can grant equitable relief. So if the water right's been forfeited, the court can return it, but the state engineer can't. It's only the court can do that. And it has been granted in some cases where, for instance, water might have been actually put to beneficial use, but the paper wasn't filed in a timely fashion. And that happens, and it happens a lot. And it goes to water right ownership. Next slide, please. The state engineer, he doesn't assign title for water right. He only confirms what's in a report of conveyance. So if you file an application, your name's on that permit, and all our correspondence will go to you. If that water right changes hands, if it's sold to someone, unless a report of conveyance is up with our office, we won't know who owns that right. And when our office goes to send a letter to someone for failure to file, let's say, a proof of beneficial use, or they haven't used that water in 4 years, and we want to send them a 4-year letter that says, you better use your right or you're going to lose it. If it doesn't go to the right place, they won't get that letter, therefore they won't comply, and they'll rightfully forfeit. Now, there was some major amendments to our statutes in the mid-90s that actually increased the responsibility for the private sector. While a water right is considered real property, it can be separated from that property. However, typically it's an appurtenance to the property and is passed from seller to buyer unless it's specifically excluded or reserved on the deed. Okay, so it's going to stay with your land unless, when that land is sold, unless someone actually separates it, physically separates it. And the owner of record noted in our office, result of filing copies of the deeds are going to be notified. Assignment of ownership does not automatically occur when the deed is recorded in the county courthouse. It does not make it to our office. Title companies do not research water right title, and they do not issue title insurance on water right ownership. And then finally, the ownership of stock or shares in the ditch company don't constitute ownership of water. Okay, so I'm going to talk about...
I have one question. So if owner of a land sells off their water rights to someone and then later down the line sells the property and the buyer assumes that the water rights with the property, does that have to be declared if those water rights are sold? Is that the responsibility of the seller to declare? It's not. So you could actually buy a piece of property assuming the water rights come with it and be incorrect and not have the rights to the water.
You would not have the rights.
It would be erased to the whoever filed the deed first, because it has that. And whoever files the deed first would then be correct.
And Paul, there's a specific example of where I come from in my town during the building boom, where the original owner of the rancher's property sold the land, and at the same day he sold the land, transferred the water rights to the city for their municipal water system, and then it flipped twice in that same day to the final developer, and it wasn't until they went bankrupt that the bank found out the water rights, the collateral for the land, never was attached to the land.
Oh, that's wow.
I have a question concerning surface and groundwater rights on the same acreage. That's permissible, is that correct?
Yeah, but we call it groundwater would typically be supplemental to the surface waters.
Then there's a provision in the ordinance and Alpine decree, in the Newlands project where you can't utilize more than 3.5 acres or 4.5 acres if you're on bench. If you also have groundwater and pumping, if you put the whole 4.5 or 3.5 acre feet on that ground plus the underground?
We'll have a permit term, and it'll say that you're limited to 4 acre feet per acre for any and all uses.
Including surface?
Yeah.
So now, does the state engineer, I think, agrees that you can have farm units? Or at least we're trying to do that in the Newlands project, is you can create a farm unit and all of your ground, let's say you have 2,000 acres of ground, but only 1,500 acres of water-righted ground. And let's say you have both surface and groundwater rights. What you're saying is let's say we've got a full water year, we get all of our surface water, and we have groundwater. We could irrigate more than the 1,500 acres. Am I wrong?
You have a right to irrigate 1,500 acres, that's all you can irrigate. Even if your place of use is 2,000 acres,
okay,
you can only irrigate 1,500 acres.
You
can't expand your acreage.
Okay, are you familiar, or I'm not sure how far the farm unit has gone, but they're allowing you to move and shift water-righted ground from within that farm unit as long as it's contiguous?
Well, it's not uncommon. For instance, you said you had 2,000 acres and you had 1,500 acres that you could irrigate.
Water-righted, yeah.
Typically in the decree, you can put that water on 1,500 acres anywhere.
Within that 2,000, yeah. Within that farm unit.
As long as the 1,500 acres and the duty is not exceeded.
Okay, now let's just hypothetically suppose the same farmer, 2,000 acres, has 1,500 acres of surface, and he buys another 100 acres of ground, water rights. Now he's basically got 1,600 acres of water-righted ground, am I correct?
If it's supplemental to surface.
Pardon me?
Now there's a distinction between whether it's a primary groundwater right standalone, or if that groundwater right is supplemental to surface. If it's a primary groundwater right that he buys, the 100 acre feet, he can irrigate a brand new 100 acres on that land, all by itself. It's not supplemental to surface. All he's going to put on is groundwater.
Right.
If he bought a water right that was already supplemental to surface, he's not going to get new acreage.
Okay.
So it might not be a wise decision to purchase it without also purchasing another 100 acres of surface. So, no, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, kind of. Back to my original question, 2,000 acres, 1,500 of surface water rights. He can go out and buy another 100 and put that on another 100 acres, that 100 acres of groundwater rights, and put that on another 100 acres and have a total of 1,600. Am I correct?
If it was a standalone groundwater right. Standalone.
Okay, I guess I don't understand. Wouldn't that be a standalone automatically?
No.
No?
No. Let's say he bought it from a guy who had, who sold it to him, and it was supplemental to his surface water.
Oh, I see. Okay, so there's a distinction between a groundwater rights if it's a supplemental right to the surface water, and if it's so there's two different types of underground water rights. Am I getting this right?
They're not separated in law. They're separated in their permit terms. So if that person had 1,500 acres Newlands water.
Uh-huh.
Let's just say Newlands water. He then went and applied to the state engineer for supplemental groundwater because he was tired of running out of water in August. So he wanted to finish off his crop, so he went and filed an application. And the state engineer recognizes that water's not going to be used at 4 feet per acre each and every year. It's going to depend on the year, and it's basically going to get him his full crop. Those are the conditions. So the state engineer knows when he's granting that, he's really not granting 4 feet per acre for all those supplemental groundwater rights. Now, another party might have no surface water rights. He's applied to the state engineer for groundwater to irrigate lands without any surface water. The state engineer recognizes that that's going to be full duty, 4 feet per acre, and that's a standalone groundwater right.
Okay.
If you wanted to irrigate another 100 acres on your land, you'd have to go out and get one of those standalone rights.
Right, okay. I got you.
And do the transfer. And all the other criteria.
I see. Thank you.
All right. Oh, who else? Oh, boy, sorry.
I want to ask a question as it relates to groundwater and surface waters. And I know this is a really sticky topic for your division right now. Is that if we start having, lowering of the groundwater or level that it comes up to, and how does that? What is the relationship between surface water rights and we start seeing a difference in how stream flows, springs, and those sorts of things? What kind of connection, or is there any regulation for that connection between the two?
That's all where I'm going to talk about now. So I'll probably talk about some of that, but wait till the end because actually I have a discussion on that in current issues that I want to talk about. So that's an important issue.
Well, there's an issue in the state that deals with that?
Go ahead, Rick. We want to hear about it every single day.
Pershing County?
All right. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about groundwater and surface water. And typically many people believe that our office has, we have surface water, we have groundwater, they're separate, and the two don't meet anywhere in water law. But that's actually not true. We do have separate statutes for surface water and groundwater. We've got NRS 533 that deals with surface water, adjudications and appropriations. And then later on, NRS 534 was added, which deals with underground water, wells, ASR, geothermal. However, all of the appropriations parts of groundwater are actually not NRS 533. So we do recognize scientifically that there is a connection between surface water. You can't distinguish the sources. So when we make a decision, we do recognize that connection, and we're sure to consider the effects of that connection. Not necessarily to everyone's satisfaction all the time, but we do consider it. Next slide, please. So very little of Nevada's surface water was not being used prior to state water law. So prior to 1905, when the requirements for basically getting a permit from the state were enacted, most of the surface water in Nevada was already in use. All major rivers, a lot of the minor rivers, ephemeral streams, etc., they're already in use. And those are pre-statutory rights. Therefore, most of those surface water rights will be required at some point to be adjudicated. Right now, there are claims. Many have already been adjudicated with, and there are trees that memorialize those adjudications, but some have not. Any surface water that wasn't claimed or used prior to 1905 must be appropriated pursuant to current appropriations. I'm going to go through this next part really kind of quick. In terms of surface water, we have about 4.5 million acre-feet of surface water in Nevada that's available for appropriation. Much of that federal decrees, state decrees, civil decrees, and then plus 300,000 by the Colorado River. This is a slide that shows major rivers in Nevada. right to groundwater. Now groundwater, all the surface water pretty much peaked over 100 years ago. Groundwater really is much more recent, most of it since the 1960s. And to manage groundwater, the state has been divided into hydrographic basins or groundwater basins or hydrographic areas. All those terms are synonymous. Each basin is considered its own separate source of water, and many have what we call designated. And a designated basin is simply an area where the state engineer feels that there needs to be additional management because of its uses approaching, let's say, the availability of water in that basin. And the availability, how much water is available, we call it the perennial yield. That's our concept that we use to manage groundwater in the state. The perennial yield is the maximum amount of groundwater that can be withdrawn each year over the long term without depleting the groundwater reservoir. So it's been our goal for the perennial yield of a basin to equal that basin's natural water budget. Mostly it's recharge, sometimes it's what we call ET, it's discharge. But the idea is that the basins are, over the long term, going to be in balance, be mined out. So 100 years from now, there'll still be water pumped out of that basin at the same rate that it's being utilized today. We haven't been successful in all cases, and some basins are over-appropriated. And we'll talk about that a little bit. There's a slide here. It shows Nevada's 256 hydrographic basins and sub-basins. Most of them are topographically closed, but then obviously there's several basins along the Humboldt River that are not topographically closed because the river runs through them, but they are in large part topographically closed. Now, 127 of these basins are designated. Now, a designation all by itself doesn't impose any restrictions, but what it does is it allows additional options, management options by the state engineer. He can declare preferred uses, he can depth of domestic wells, he can limit the dedication of water rights to parcels that are in use. He can declare a critical management area, which I'll also talk about. So there were, next slide please, 4.5 million acre feet surface water available in the state. There's 1.7 million acre feet of groundwater that's available for appropriation statewide. Not all of it's appropriate. Some basins are over appropriated, unfortunately, but there are still some basins that are not yet fully appropriated. That includes all the groundwater. That doesn't confirm.
And the ones that are over appropriated were closed back in the mid-90s.
Or various times, some before that. I mean, some were still closed, some basins. Just a fact. Okay, the Columbia River at the Dalles averages about 200,000 CFS. It's about 400,000 acre feet. Nevada has about 6 million acre feet of water that is available for use on an annual basis. So in 16 days, they spent water past that point that we had in there.
We need a pipeline from there.
Yeah, everyone does.
Alan, you know how much we could irrigate in our area?
All right, so the criteria that the state engineer uses when deciding whether to grant or deny an application, these are found in NRS 533-370, and if you've ever opened one single statute in Nevada water law, that should be it. There are 4 primary criteria in determining whether to grant the water rights. Is there unappropriated water at the source? So if it were a surface water source, a stream or a spring, you can go measure it, see how much is in there, appropriate that amount, and no more. If it's groundwater, typically it'd be perennial yield, and it's considered on the scale of a groundwater basin. Whether the use of that conflict with existing rights, so require appropriation state, whoever is senior, they have a senior right. They can't be conflicted with by a later user. Does the use of water prove detrimental to the public interest, or will that use conflict with existing domestic wells? In the mid-90s, there was some additional language. We call it anti-speculation language. Basically, an applicant must show good faith, construct the works necessary to put the water to intended beneficial use with reasonable diligence. Also, do they have the financial ability to construct the project and apply the water to beneficial use with reasonable diligence? So, anti-speculation language. Okay, now for interbasin transfers. This is an issue that's really been a hot topic pretty much the last 10 or 12 years. The interbasin transfer statutes only deal with groundwater, not surface water. They don't apply to surface water. It's important. A lot of people don't realize that. We've had interbasin transfers of surface water ever since the Comstock. We've taken water from Lake Tahoe Basin, which is Virginia City. But really that doesn't apply. That's not groundwater. So these statutes are new and they deal with groundwater transfers between basins. And there is clearly a need. Nevada is the driest state in the nation, 10 inches per year of precipitation. We're the second largest state, but we're the third most urbanized state. And it's hard to fathom that, but we are, and the reasons are obvious. 85% of the state's owned by the federal government, so people can't live there. 94% of the people that live in Nevada live in communities of 50,000 and more. So you combine that with being the driest state in the nation, and it only stands to reason that these communities are going to run out of water. So they need to find other sources of water, and Nevada water law allows for it. So the criteria for approving an interbasin transfer of groundwater were established in the late 90s. And there's just four main criteria. Whether the applicant has justified the need to import water from another basin. So, do they really need it? This next one is long-winded. If the state engineer determines that the plan for conservation of water is advised of the basin that where you're going to import the water, whether that plan has been implemented and is effectively carried out. Well, I'll just say that to date, for every interbasin transfer, the state engineers decided that they do need a plan for conservation, and he ensures that it is being carried out before they'll approve the transfer. Whether the proposed action, the interbasin transfer and the removal, is environmentally sound as it relates to the basin from which the water is exported. Environmentally sound is not defined in statute, and this particular statute is a true headache for us. Without having that definition of environmentally sound, we have a lot of protestants and protesting issues that say you can't do this basin transfer for this environmental reason. We have made our decisions and our rulings that environmentally sound pertains to water systems. It's not dust, it's not roads, it's not visual, it's not people, it's not power lines, it's just water-related ecosystems, and that's where we limit that definition. Now, there may be some statutory language proposed in the bill draft this year that might go towards further defining what's environmentally sound. And whether the proposed action is an appropriate long-term use, which will not unduly limit future growth and development in the basin from which the water is exported. That's a problem too, because now the state engineer needs to know how much water is going to be needed in that basin in the future. But how long in the future? Is that forever? Well, the way we've handled it in the past is we have left water in that basin that did not get transferred out, supplied, left water in future growth and development. And then any other factor determined development. So that's it for that part of the discussion. I'm going to talk about current issues now, but if there's any questions, I have to take them.
I have one question. I'm not sure if I heard you correctly. But on a designated system, groundwater, it's basically a closed system. Am I right? Is that similar to a closed basin?
No,
Where-
designated basin, it's just any hydrographic basin or sub-basin, we have 256.
It's just designated area, right? Is that what it means?
It's identified as an area in need of additional management. Without imposing any management at that time, it's just identified as an area that needs additional management.
Okay, so do you use the term closed or not? Another,
Closed basin for which there is no more water available for appropriation.
underground?
Yes.
Okay. And though, in a closed basin, the state water engineer could not grant any more permits in that area unless they were acquired and moved, I guess. Am I correct?
Well, the state engineer is the one that would close the basin.
Right.
It would be an order from the state engineer. In a basin where Diamond Valley is a basin that the state engineer, it's just nothing more available for appropriation.
So,
You can still move the water rights from each point. You move it around. Don't do water.
okay. That, I apologize, I just did not hear something that you said, and I wasn't clear on that. Thank you.
Okay.
That's what I thought.
So, current groundwater management plans. The state engineer is looking at a couple of basins that are truly in need of additional management. Some of these fall apart. The newly enacted land use that allows for the designation of a basin as a critical management area. Now, there's been a need for an identified need to have these basins, Diamond Valley and Front Valley, as critical management. But the water users there were opposed to it for various reasons. So the state engineer agreed to cooperate with the water users and formulate groundwater management plans for this basin. In Diamond Valley, the perennial yield is 30,000. There's 133,000 acre feet committed, mostly for irrigation. 70,000 acre feet almost every year. And the water table's dropping 2 to 4 feet a year. The principal aquifer in that basin is probably 50% depleted and in decades, not 50 years, less than that. At this current rate, that aquifer will be depleted. And below that aquifer, while there's more water, the aquifers are not nearly depleted. Front Valley, just to the west of us, the perennial yield is 20,000. And it used to be an agricultural basin. Now it's mostly suburban. There's 62,000 acre feet of committed groundwater rights in that basin. And in addition, as I said before, there's 11,000 domestic wells. They don't account for the yield of that basin, and the groundwater basin has recovered quite a bit. But 10 years ago and 20 years ago, they were pumping 40 and 50,000 acre feet a year, and the water table was dropping like crazy. The real problem in that basin is domestic wells. Not only are they causing the water table to drop, but in the main part of that valley, they're in danger of drying up. And since there's so many of them, it's a real issue. And even though pumping has increased in that basin in the last few years, last 10 years really, water levels in the valley have recovered. The valley floor aquifer is not very well connected to the regional aquifer and doesn't recharge very well.
Rick, I assume that's a closed basin as well?
Yes.
It is. Now, in 90, I forget the year, you was the engineer. When he closed all of Lyon County, I don't know if they closed Churchill, but whatever amount of water basins are in Lyon, they were all closed, including Brian from Fernwood. And his intent then was domestic wells as well. If the water purveyor would have some program in place, an identification form, which was already taking place as far as surface water. So where I live, you cannot subdivide a parcel unless, for domestic wells, unless you dedicate either surface or groundwater to the utility in Fern Lake, then you can get your parcel map.
Okay. In Pahrump, there was 9,000 parcels already identified that where they can, there's nothing that would prevent them.
They were grandfathered in before it
They're
closed
already
the basin.
They're already done that. And that's not to subdivide them. They're already
Yeah.
there.
They needed municipal water system. Huh? They needed it from the Columbia Basin?
They've got
No,
Walker
we
Lake,
needed it
Walker
found
Lake.
first.
Okay. I want to talk about fracking, only because it's such a hot topic. And our office hears a lot. They want the state engineer to cut off water supply so that they can't go. There's been new statutes and regulations enacted for fracking. They were put in place and created by the Nevada Department of Minerals. That is NRS 522. Oversight for drilling and fracking is by the Department of Minerals and the Division of Environmental Protection. The legislature excluded water resources from this process, so we are not involved in drilling, fracking, or exploration. We do have oversight for the water supply that's needed to drill and frack. And it's not a lot of water per well. The next slide, I just can probably just barely see this. So this is a cross section of an area, and at the very bottom there's a formation. That's where the oil is. So on the right there's a vertical hole, and that is a conventional exploration drill hole. So they'll drill down to the producing formation, and that white area is the area they fracked. They fracked 50 years ago. It's not in the process. So they would frack that, and they would produce oil from it or gas. But in many cases, they just weren't that productive. So it didn't pay to drill the well. They could never recover their investment. So the real change is the unconventional drilling. So and that's on the left where you see the vertical hole that comes down, and then it turns, and it goes along the producing formation. That's where the technological breakthrough occurred. So they can drill a well now, and they'll turn it, and they'll horizontally, and it'll follow this formation that was real tight and really not able to produce that much oil and gas. Then they can frack along the entire length of it, and with one hole produce 10, 20, 50 times more gas or oil than they could with a vertical well, thereby making the wells economic and the field economic. So that is where fracking has become so popular recently. It's turned around uneconomic reserves or resources into economic reserves. For a vertical hole with fracking, they'll typically use just a few acre-feet of water. And if they need to frack a long horizontal hole, less than 20 acre-feet of water. And they haven't done a single horizontal fracking in Nevada yet. Noble's drilled 3 holes in fracking in Upton County, Alberta. Drought. You can see this. For those of you, Meg, I'm sure you're tired of looking at this picture of the drought map from the USDA. This is from a couple of weeks ago. So the last 3 years have resulted in some unprecedented conditions in some of our basins. Really low river flows coming out of the Sierra and Humboldt River. Low or zero flows in Carson, Mason Valley, the Walker River, and Lovelock haven't got any water at all in 2014, very little in 2015. Along with that, in some of the basins where they have supplemental groundwater when surface water isn't available, we're seeing some unprecedented water table declines. In Mason Valley, we just completed our fall flow run. So we went out in November, so we have measurements last November and this November. We also measure them in the spring, but we don't want to compare spring to fall. But in Mason and Smith Valley, where we do a lot of pumping, and there hasn't been a lot of surface water to recharge those aquifers, in Mason Valley, 5 to 10 water table decline in the last 12 months, which is unsustainable. Prior to that, it was almost that much in the year prior to that. And it's really a bad situation. Brought up, sorry, gentlemen, I forgot your name. There's been a claim of depletion of surface water by groundwater users. We've had a claim come forward from Pershing County Water Conservation District, who are arguing that groundwater users are depleting their supply. They didn't get any water this year. Didn't have a delivery, and they were short how much water should have been delivered based on the flow at Palisade. They were not delivered as much water as they should have. Now, you remember I mentioned that virtually every surface water is senior to every groundwater. So these farmers they have no water. Up in the state aid, and they look at pivots right, they look at pivots right, and they see that these farmers with lower priority rights have all of their water and they want the state engineer to take it.
When they see the USGS gauges upstream.
That's all public, yeah. So the state engineer's office has, we're in negotiations with the U.S. Geological Survey for a study. We call it a capture map. And what it is a study that will tell us how much water from a given location of groundwater pumping, how much of that water might be coming from a surface water source. What is the depletion of that source due to that well pumping, both quantity and time? So we would know, for instance, if a well was close to the river, that it might be captured, say, 50% of its water after 10 years from the actual surface source. And it doesn't matter if water flows from the aquifer to the river or from the river to the aquifer. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. If water goes from the aquifer to the river, a well will capture it before it can get there. If it goes from the river to the aquifer, say like a losing stretch, a losing stream, it will increase that rate of loss an equal amount. So it really doesn't matter if it's a gaining or losing stream. Capture still occurs. And where will that go? Well, most of our adjacent states, they have conjunctive use plans. So they have the same situation where they have senior surface water and junior groundwater rights, and they have identified a conflict, and they require augmentation plans. Now, most states, what they're able to do is take water when it's available and not needed in the winter, and they take that water and they physically put it in the aquifer, which is great. They augment their summer use by putting their in the winter. In Nevada, we just don't have it. We don't have that supply. So we're going to have to be creative and think of other things that we can do to prevent a conflict. Some of those things might be a forbearance agreement, might be monetary compensation. We don't know. We're really going to have to be creative to see what we can do. But first of all, what we need to do is we need to identify the actual conflict. Just because someone didn't get water, it may not be because someone's pumping 5 miles from the river. It may be because there just was no water back there. And we all know that happens somewhere. We need to identify. Lastly, I'll talk a little bit about potential bills. So the state engineer has 2 bill drafts that we're putting forward. Language for our adjudication section. There's nothing new in there. Well, we said that. Something will find something that they don't like. It's cleanup language. It's intended to make clear redundancies or areas where there's conflict in the language. We also have some language in there that are going to change our active management and critical management area statute. We're engaged right now in some groundwater management plans, and may declare some critical management area too. And in thinking through the process, the critical management area is brand new in statute, and we've just identified some additional language that needs to be in there to give the state engineers tools that will actually work. There's been one bill that's been proposed for domestic well that will draw less than 2 acre-feet a year, half acre foot, for basins that are in perhaps critical management areas. Last thing, we have some recent rulings that are in the federal court. They're in the state Supreme Court, those ones really we need to talk about. Mostly for interbasin transfers. And so we have, in some parties are going to file some bill drafts for some language for clarification. For instance, to define what's environmentally sound, definition for perennial yield or how it might be calculated, and then also for the development of a perennial yield, how much time it might take for a basin to come to what we call a steady state, so that you don't lower the water table for 200 years or 300 years before you reach a steady state. There might be some language to address that. And that is all.
Boyd.
I'm going to bring a question about wild horses and water rights. A few sessions back, we had an attempt to designate wild horses as wild horses and not as wild livestock or anything else. That attempt failed, and so currently your office is issuing permits or stock water permits for wildlife / horses to be open. So in your mind, are wild horses wildlife?
No. We're issuing permits for wild horse management areas.
Okay, agreed. You will be within those management areas. But are you?
Not to my knowledge, we're not considering those wildlife initiatives for wildlife.
Well, I think those permits are actually being issued as horses and wildlife / wildlife. I don't think it says and.
I thought different.
Okay, I'm not.
But I won't swear to it. But I thought differently, that we were not in fact issuing permits for wild horses.
They're being issued to the BLM.
And I've been told the same thing, Rick. The main reason was that the BLM cannot prove beneficial use, which is pretty simple. However, I've also heard that it doesn't say they don't have to team up with NDOW to do a program for wildlife. And that's what brought up what Boyd was talking about, is the definition.
We don't have that definition, obviously, that wild horses are wildlife. I think that was attempted the last legislation.
That it was. No one wants to do that again.
Ramona Morrison for the record. Going to Boyd's point, if somebody's able to come in and show a vested right underneath that hypothetical permit that's been issued for wild horses, what happens then?
Well, every vested claim has to be adjudicated,
I understand. But you're going to be a while. You just told me that.
Certainly will. So follow up your question and flesh it out.
What happens then to a situation where a rancher's got wild horses on top? He comes in with a chain of title showing that he, in all likelihood, has a vested right to that water right, and files a proof of beneficial use for that water right. Then what happens?
Now, are you saying that someone's filed another application for wild horses and wildlife on that same source,
No,
or that they're just simply using it?
No, an existing. There's been permits issued and certificates issued
for livestock
for wild horses in the past. I don't know if they're being done now, but I know they're in the past, and not in one ranch in particular.
So really what you're saying is you're claiming that you have a secret right and there's a conflict in place. We should deal with like anything, whether it's wild horses or wildlife or anything. Right. We should deal with it that way. So my answer to you is that we would address it as a conflict.
Okay.
We still have to get through the issue of quantifying that.
Right. That is the problem.
And those were filed for that sustaining livestock or stock water rights provision. You know, they don't want to call them vested, but they're, you know, it's basically those truth goes back to prior to 1905. But they're for maybe the entire watershed for stock waters.
Charlie?
Does the state engineer get involved in issuing permits for geothermal wells? Because all they're doing is pumping the hot water out and injecting it back in. Do they, I mean...
So if they're going to consume water, they need a permit from our office. If they produce water and inject it back in, they don't need a permit.
They don't need. So would it be the same true if you were pulling cool water out and injecting it back in the ground?
No, we would require you to get an aquifer storage and recovery permit.
A what?
An ASR permit, an aquifer storage. If you take cold water and put it back in the ground, we will require what we call an aquifer storage and recovery for that purpose. Okay. Geothermal is actually handled differently.
So the opposite's not true. In other words, hot water, pulling hot water out of the ground and injecting it back in cooler water back in the ground is permissible, but doing exactly opposite, pulling cooler, like 50-degree water out of the ground and injecting it back in 200 degrees or strictly in closed system.
If it's geothermal as produced, it's handled separately. If that geothermal, which is hot water, is produced and then injected back in the ground, which is the way most geothermal plants work. They try to inject it back in the ground and maintain pressure head. They don't need a permit from our office. If they're going to evaporate some of it in the cooling, then they need a permit for that. They do. Someone's going to take cold water and inject hot water. I don't understand that process. I don't think anybody's ever suggested it. But if they take cold water out of the ground and they want to put hot water back in the ground, is that what you're asking?
Yes. But we've got an ulterior motive.
Then we need fracking, so we have the energy to make that water hot before it goes back.
So tell me what you're cooling off.
No, but
it's a large
in a distilling process.
I think you'd need a permit from our.
You never ever use the water that goes through the cooling system, but it goes back in the ground.
We have mines that de-water.
I'm sorry?
Mines that de-water, and they put most of that water back in the ground. They need a permit.
Just a hypothetical.
Might take the heat out of it first, maybe, and that get some bang for your buck.
Well, see, if you're heating up the water, it expands it. You know, so you'd actually be putting more back in it.
You're a chemist. You're a chemist.
Charlie, have you ever gone to a hearing with the hearing officer that runs those? She's not afraid to throw you out of the office. I've talked to her. She's not afraid of much at all. Okay, next question, intra-basin transfers. This is, of course, you know, it's a hot topic, and one of them has kind of cooled down quite a bit. They are now a working ranch, producing hay and cattle. But what is the standard rule of thumb? And it's all over the board, depending on where you live there. But you're going to leave some water in that basin. The state engineers made it very clear that intra-basin transfers have 100,000 acre feet. You're not going to get 100,000 net out of that valley to go south. Well, is there a standard rule of thumb of what they have to leave behind?
There really is. You know, we have to really try to look at what is going to be the future demand of the basin. How much water is going to be, are we going to need to leave there so that we don't limit future growth and development in that basin? I mean, that's what the language says.
The basin where the water comes from.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, because I think the presentation that you showed us today clearly is hopefully your office is making a strong effort to not get into corrupt situations for appropriation where they're not replacing the water faster, they're taking it out. That's one of the fears. I mean, it's.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about Spring Valley, you know, water that was totally available in that basin, I believe, was about 84,000. Much was already being used. We left some unused for future growth and development. 60-some thousand, I think, were actually in the stage development process.
Okay, and the second question was back to when you were talking about forfeiture and abandonment. When an ag water right is transferred to an M&I, whether it's intra-basin or inter-basin, okay, all right. So they don't have to show beneficial use no longer.
Well, you know, if it's groundwater, no,
right.
It's still need a surface water than not.
Okay, so groundwater, they still have to have beneficial use. Interesting. Any questions for Rick before we move on? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to have lunch at 12:30, so why don't we go ahead and press on and try to get some more items done rather than take a break.
All right.
Oh, we could go back and do the policies?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and do 5B. Again, I asked earlier if nobody had any real, thank you, sir. If nobody had any real issues, we'll just get a brief presentation from Reno on the two items, HR and the EdMaps, and we'll go ahead and work on an approval of that. So, where do we want to start with? What's first on the?
Let's do HR.
HR? Okay.
We have Deborah Harris.
Deborah?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay.
Where are you?
Okay. I'm right here. I'm over here.
Okay.
Okay. I apologize for having to come back to visit with you again. We've had 4 separate groups of edits occur since we last came before you for approval of the prohibitions and penalties. So I thought it would only be right to come back and communicate with you about the changes that have occurred. Didn't feel comfortable since there were lots of different technical consolidations, language changes. They expanded some of the penalties to give the department more leeway in determining what action to take based on the situation. I think it's only, I mean, from a technical standpoint, it's only to the betterment of the department and their ability to manage. But we did have to go back and make several changes. We also had to go back to the very beginning and track all the changes that were made up until the present time from the time we brought it to you the first time. And it is ready at this point, if you don't have any additional changes, to go before the Personnel Commission at their next meeting. What would you like me to go through all the changes, or do you just want me to answer any inquiries if you have them?
You know, I think at this point, with the way our day is looking, we have a couple more big presentations. If you want to just hold off on going through each one of them, I'll ask the board here if they have any issues. We'll try to cruise through them and maybe have Tina give her presentation, or I'm sorry, Amy, her presentation on EdMaps, and then we'll hash it over. How's that?
Okay.
All right. But does the board have anything right now before we move on to Jamie? Okay, go ahead, Jamie.
All right. Hi, thanks for taking the time. You'll remember last board meeting, I gave a presentation and I showed you guys our Nevada EdMaps GIS tool with all the different layers and such. And after that meeting, we definitely identified we needed a policy for use and then also an application form. So since that time, we've developed this policy that we'd like your approval for. I will say that we've kept it general so that we left subjectivity up to the director, and that we don't have to go back in front of you every single time if something that doesn't quite fit. If we were specific, we'd have to go back for changes. In the use policy, we specify, our authorities, where the data will come from, that obviously it's a permitted access only. It isn't a public database. We specified some of the users, and then we also specified the types of users. So if you are a super user, then that means you would have access to all the data layers, versus if you were just a general user. And then we also have a temporary use user category where we would allow somebody access for only a specific amount of time. With this, we also have an application form that they would fill out, and they specify, what category of user they fall under, and then basically their purpose for what they're going to be using the data for, and they sign and understand, our policy. We do have quite a few people that, since we've been doing presentations, that are interested in it. So as soon as we have this policy approved, then we can start, really having other people using it and signing people up.
So is the designation between a power general or temporary user the amount of money you're willing to donate, or the way you apply for it?
And it's the time and the data layers that you're able to see. But yeah, everything's obviously free. Maybe though, if Jim wants to, I know we do need funding.
It's just what the person wants when they apply for it.
Right.
Yeah, and it dictates what data layers they can see. So we do have some of the layers that are more private versus all the data layers we have in there.
It's kind of a combination between the user types and then approved users as you look a little higher or at the top of that same page.
Anybody have any issues or concerns about this policy? If you don't have any main issues with the two that we talked about, I'll entertain a motion to approve the policies as they've been presented to us.
So moved.
Ramona made the motion.
Second.
Mr. Anderson made the second. Is there any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous.
I will just mention, since it's carried, I will send out an application form, or Jerry has the application form, and so if there's any board members that want access, basically we can get you set up and into it.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
Okay, back down on the agenda. Let's see here. We got Environmental Commission, Nevada Water Loss, Public Lands, we took care of it. Jim, you want to cover the Livestock Event Center?
Well, actually, do you want to, what about these up here? So you approved.
We approved everything.
Oh, it was there for everything. Okay, I just understand. Okay. So let me catch up with you. All right, so I don't think we had any backup for that one.
No.
So, Livestock Event Center. We've been approached, and we talked about this before, but we're going to review Reno Livestock Event Center. A few things that we've discovered in researching the Reno Livestock Event Center. So in 15, we believe around 95, a land trust was done with that property to basically purchase it with state money under the Department of Agriculture. Well, get that. For the purpose of, youth livestock, state fair, Hereford Association, and Reno Rodeo are the listed broad, but overall general for the promotion and economic development of agriculture in a larger general sense. So, and they also had tied back then a mining industry show that could be beneficial use of that property. And at some point in 1885, the Board of Agriculture was created, and at that point absorbed all the Agriculture Society, which is what was called responsibilities. But basically this concept of the Department of Agriculture, Board of Agriculture, all started around this promotion of the agriculture industry through this state fair and then these other things that were attached with it or to it. So one thing we found out is the board wasn't created and the Department of Agriculture wasn't created in 1915. You're not 100 years old, you're 130 years old. So you've aged 30 years in a very short amount of time. The Board of Agriculture was actually founded in 1885, so we found some interesting information while researching this. We've been a clean living. Evidently, you look good for 100.
Look good for our age.
So, with that said, the Reno Rodeo Association approached me with concerns around the lease, which is currently held by, I'm going to get the name right, but basically Washoe County, and it's the Reno Tahoe
Convention and Visitors.
Thank you.
RCVA.
We did meet with those folks and talk about our concerns that there is no longer a state fair, and we want to get a state fair activity reestablished, and that is the purpose of that property. Reno Rodeo has approached us and said they're very concerned that, agriculture, rodeo, ranch heritage is not the focus of the organization that's managing it, and that the usage of the property is limited extremely, and it's not bringing in enough money or money's not being put back into it to support keeping it caught up and keeping it in good shape, and that they have some concerns. They have some ideas about what they would like to propose in terms of management of the facility. In 1951, I believe, the legislature passed a bill that basically mandated the Department of Ag lease the facilities to Washoe County for those purposes we talked about as a priority, followed by any usage that would benefit the county and help fund the facilities, so on and so forth, for $1. In 1971, they extended that lease, which was a 50-year lease, to, I believe, a 99-year lease from the 1951 forward. So it'd be 2050 was when the lease would now run out. But when they did that, they did it through DCNR because Ag was a division of DCNR. So the Board of Ag had nothing to do with that lease extension. So if you're following, it becomes very confusing. There's concerns that they broke the requirements of the lease because there isn't a state fair that's managed, which was one of the major purposes of providing the lease for $1. Then there's concern, it's State Department of Agriculture designated land and property. When we get a report from state lands on the properties that are under the authority of agriculture, that's one of the maps that we get that identifies our area. So what we're trying to do, or what we're requesting, and I believe this is for action, is your approval to develop a review process based on the usage, based on meeting the requirements of the 51 trust and the extension in 71, working with Dennis, is going to love this, working with Dennis to find out where your authorities related to that property lie, but basically surveying the users, working with Washoe County to get that information and try to basically do what the original intent of the board when this was all set up, evaluate the usage. Is it happening? Is the trust being followed? So on and so forth. So we're going to have some staff time in that, but we want to get as much good information put together. Reno Rodeo Association, they may look at trying to do something legislatively, either in conjunction or on their own, in conjunction with us or on their own, but nothing has been formalized. They basically just had a conversation about us. I think they would like to see something more of a private nonprofit that's focused on agriculture and ranching heritage become the managing entity and then marketing the property under those ideologies. And they were very receptive in the conversation to looking at connecting a state fair type activity to the rodeo, which is very similar in many other states. Now, time of year is an issue relative to agriculture commodities and a lot of produce and things like that are not at their peak harvest at that point. But, you can get around some of those things. You can create a livestock portion, you can create those things, hay competitions, things, that can be worked out. But that's kind of where we're at with it. But I felt like instead of going off half-cocked or going rogue, I wanted to come to you guys and at least say, are you supportive of us going out and getting and gathering more information and doing a review of the usage of the facilities in their current capacity, trying to find out more of the legislative history, the authority, so on and so forth, and compile that in a report that we would bring back to you?
One of the things that I wasn't clear on was the response of RSCVA when you met with them.
At first we couldn't get a response. Once we did get a response, they were verbally very receptive to working out a date with us to get a type of activity. But there is no...
They're reviewing their authority right now as well.
Exactly. There is not a real receptiveness to getting a state fair a priority.
Here's something interesting, Paul, that I thought that came from the Reno Rodeo folks. And I asked them this specifically that concerned me, is if you look at the facility in Winnemucca along the freeway, room tax. That's the one nice thing about being the one burg in the one county that collects all the room tax in one town, that they've built that facility and utilized their room tax. That's what they feel is their priority, to get people to stay in those rooms, is to put on their taxes and build those facilities, because that's what it does. It brings room tax back to the community. My fear was what will the RCVA do with the room tax that they reduce?
Right.
And Reno Rodeo acknowledged that and is willing to take that chance of maybe doing zero room tax.
The one thing I'd like to find out is, I thought the room tax, actually a part of it was supposed to go to that facility. That's what, and maybe I'm misunderstanding that, but I thought a part of it was allocated for the facility.
Well, it might, and it very well could be, we don't know that, but the Reno Rodeo folks are prepared to do it without any, if that's what it takes to do it right, and get agriculture back into it.
Well, and I was at a meeting recently. I happen to have two of the board members from the Reno Rodeo Association, the president-elect, Scott Peterson, and another board member, Clint Wells, sitting next to me. So we struck up a conversation and talked about it a little bit. They're very interested, but they're also very concerned about the things that it would take to make it work. My opinion is I think it would be a better direction. I just wasn't sure how responsive RSCVA was and where they wanted to go with it. But it does seem like it'd be a better match for the purpose of that facility linked to the Reno Rodeo Association.
And I guess that's exactly kind of where I'm at. I don't, I feel like I don't know enough to say, yep, this is the way we need to go. And I feel like that's why there needs to be, and there are some people with rodeo that do feel strongly enough that, yeah, they know where they want to go, and that's fine. But I think we really need to spend some time evaluating what's happening currently, working with the Washoe group and getting their information, getting their data, seeing what their hurdles are, and really have all of that in a compiled manner in front of us to say, you know, yes, we think there should be legislative action that would change the direction or the lease capacity. You know, and from the agency side, if the requirements of the trust are not being met, this is kind of where I sit, and there are county properties that are built on that state ground,
Right.
and we got $1 in 1951. If it's not meeting the trust, then we should be working out some new lease arrangements or terms that would be, at least be beneficial to generate revenue to the agency, because that's a property. You know, it's the same situation we are when we're going to tour what could be a new facility for us later this afternoon. We're still going to have control and ownership of that old facility, and it's like we told Public Lands, they thought we would just, you know, turn it back. You know, we've got this thing called indirect on our property that we're having to pay a bill on. We're not turning anything back. We'll be looking for someone to lease that property to, or some other fix, but we have to utilize the resources that we have at the agency to the best that we can to, again, keep fees low and conserve general fund. I mean, that's what we're supposed to be doing from a fiscal side. So, but I think we need to really study things, but I, again, didn't want to get too far down the road ahead of the board without bringing you guys in and saying, you know, where do you guys sit on this?
Should the approval today by the board at this point, and look again, of course, obviously we're going to look at it again, it could just be as simple as allowing staff to look at legal aspects, because if there's something in there legally that doesn't give us the authority to move down this road,
Right.
There's no need in having you go out and do usage and
Right.
all of that.
I would ask that you give us a broader amount, and I would guarantee you that we're looking at the legal first.
Yeah.
But so that we, if we get that done sooner than later, then we gotta wait till another board meeting to come to you to get, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
But I would make it, as the director, say, we will do it in a phase setting of, you know, looking at the legal authorities first, and what it would take to make a change, where that would come, what the board's authority is, what the legislative authority is. Then from there, based on that information, we would progress or not progress on a usage and review of the facilities.
I would think even that we would want to make it broad enough that if we find that we don't have the ability to change the lease agreement that is currently in place, at least try and figure out some way to apply pressure to the RSCVA to get it back on track.
Right.
Because, I mean, as a board, that was one of the things that it was established for, was
Right.
to promote that site.
That's exactly what you guys were originally established for. Correct.
So technically, it's our obligation to try to, yeah,
Right.
find that information out to the best and act it to the best of our ability.
And if this thing turns out to be something in the Reno Rodeo, we're going to have to require the Reno Rodeo to give us a real strong plan of what they want to do and their plans for how many years. I mean, we can't just give it, you know, just because they're the Reno Rodeo, give it to them to.
And if it were defined, and the thought that I put behind it, and like I say, I do not believe I have enough information to give a strong recommendation one way or another. But in terms of thinking of the authorities of the agencies, the authority of the board, if this were to be taken to the legislature by a group and request legislative action be taken to give anyone an opportunity to lease the facilities for the benefit of agriculture and all that, I would want that personally to be basically the legislature reinforcing that the authority lies at the Board of Ag and that the Board of Ag, as initially and originally intended, would be able to enter into a contract, an agreement, a lease, long-term with an entity following the original guidelines of the trust. In other words, don't have the legislature say, we now are going to demand that the Board of Ag lease the property to so-and-so. Just send it to the Board of Ag and let the Board of Ag do what they were supposed to do, what they were charged with doing in 1885.
Side note, the Reno Rodeo Group is concerned about time on this.
Because of the legislature session.
Well, legislative, as well as South Point has a marketing group trying to pull the events that are scheduled up there away, as well as I guess there's a new rodeo ground in Arizona or something that's the same thing. They have a marketing group that's promoting, trying to steal those
The
events.
Palomino Valley facility, that was one of the first things they wanted to do, was take it from Reno and take it out there. So.
I agree.
So they're concerned if they are given control, they're going to have nothing but the Reno Rodeo scheduled because everything else will have moved someplace else. And that was part of their concern. It kind of like it sounded like you heard. Things need to be done to that facility, but they're afraid to step forward and do it, not knowing the future with our SCBA.
Right, and not knowing that they have enough control to put actual money and invest it there.
Right.
That they would be able to control that. And that's been a common theme since I was in FFA 4-H here in the state of Nevada. I know specifically the Nevada Junior Livestock Show raised a tremendous amount of money to build that sidebar next to the main arena, and it costs a small fortune for them to use it. And that's one of the things that we've already pushed back on. To use the facility many times for things like high school rodeo events and the stock shows, unless there's some kind of significant financial backing, you can't afford to use the facilities because from what they're suggesting and what I understand, I don't know this to be fact, but they're suggesting that there's such limited usage that usage cost is divided across those limited usage folks to balance that budget at the end of the year. And by the time you get those limited users, that cost per event is significant, which is paying for the trash guys, the maintenance guys, all of that kind of stuff. And the reality is, a third of that property, maybe a little less than a third, is basically Washoe County Administration Services that isn't supporting the rest of the ground,
Yeah, the amount of gators that run around there with RSCBA patches on their shirts is tremendous. So they got that part covered.
Right.
Ramona, you okay?
I'm willing to make a motion, but I have not a clue how to word it. So
I would just suggest that you would charge us with researching the legal aspects and if appropriate, the usage and evaluation of the facilities and report back to the board as soon as possible, because I know it is
right. So with that being said, I make that motion.
So moved.
Okay, motion's been made, and also if we could we don't have to do an official amendment, but if you're okay to adding into that motion, I think Jim asked for the legislative session will be well underway by March.
Correct.
By the next board meeting, that the official board standing on that is that if there is a legislative change, that the control remains with the Board of Agriculture.
Right.
How's that?
Agreed.
Second still stand? Okay.
Second.
All right. Paul Anderson made the motion. Ramona Morrison seconded it. Okay. And the change in it. Are there any more discussion to the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous. Okay. How about is the legislative activity, Jim? Is that going to take a while? Is the lunch here?
Not quite yet, we'll go out in seconds, because
We'll just keep rolling then.
Okay.
Till we smell.
So the legislative activities, well, I feel like I duplicated myself somehow. So some of the bills, because I went into it in my report. So actually, I would say that I covered what I intended to cover there in my report. So
Same with the BDR list?
Yes, same with the BDR, but because that's evolving and I don't have anything I can give you that's super solid right now.
Okay, Dale, are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, I can do it.
Okay, we're on 5I, board update, fiscal administrator. No, there's going to be no action. Thank you. Go ahead, Dale.
All right, if you guys, I can go through this pretty quick. If you guys just want to refer to the expenditure detail report, it's the 15-page report that you guys should have in your packets, and I can kind of run through. Yes. And if you guys want to just kind of start, we can just kind of start on page 1, and I can kind of talk about some budget stuff and some contract stuff that we have going on with each of these budgets. If we start off on page 1, I have to point out that there's an error on that page. If you look at the equipment budget for food commodity, we actually did a work program or a budget adjustment, so we haven't overspent that budget. We just didn't update that amount there. And that purchase in that category was for a Freightliner and a refrigerated truck for the food commodity program. So that's all I have with that one. I don't have too many comments. And if you guys have questions as I go through this, please feel free to interrupt me and ask a question. As far as food commodity, there's not too much to discuss there right now. We do actually have a contract amendment that Jim kind of referred to, that we're doing a food commodity distribution survey and report. And so we have an amendment that for about $60,000 that we need to get to the Board of Examiners for the December 9th. And so we're kind of working at that, negotiating with them a little bit about some of the terms that they have in that contract agreement. And that's pretty much all I have for the food commodity budget. You turn to the child food and nutrition budget on page 2. I'll just make a general comment on that one. Most of the activity has just started to happen since the school year has kind of gotten into swing, and so we have 60 days to reimburse a lot of these groups for their claims for meal reimbursements, and so that's why that budget is kind of behind on spending. The summer food program, if you look at category 16, we did a work program, or we submitted a work program recently for another $50,000 in authority to pay the rest of the claims off in that budget account. And that's pretty much all I have to say on that budget account. On page 3, we have the Dairy Commission budget. We do have a work program going to IFC, the December 8th IFC for the Dairy Commission. And it is to transfer money from the Dairy Commission to the park budget, the predatory animal and rodent control budget, and that is to help with starling eradication efforts. And this has kind of been a little controversial with legislative staff and budget staff. We've worked through those issues. Hopefully this will go through. Part of this is to help out with the park budget. That's budget count 4,600. It was passed with a general fund shortfall in it. And so this is one of the ways that we're going to help kind of shore up that shortfall. We skip on to page 6. That is the agriculture registration enforcement budget. And we have two things going on with this budget. We received an extra $125,000 from the EPA for category 14 to host I guess it could be a pesticide monitoring regional training in Henderson in February. And so we have put in for approval by IFC for that grant portion. So that will be going in front of the January IFC. And then if you look at category 17, we've talked about EDMAPs a few times today. we have a contract amendment that was essentially approved by purchasing to go, basically not to have to bid it out, but to have EDMATS develop a rangeland monitoring app. And so hopefully that will be up and running sometime in the spring. And so we have that going forward. We go on to page 9. We just recently received for category 42, West Nile virus, we recently received a $100,000 grant. That's up from what we've previously gotten. So we have, again, another work program going to IFC for the January IFC for approval to bring in that money and be able to purchase supplies out of that grant. We had Jamie do a presentation today. Jamie was originally supported by a federal grant. That grant funding has continued to shrink over time. So out of the pesticide registration fee program, Jamie does a lot of important work for our agency. And as you see some of the product of that, the EDMAPS application as well, as far as surveying noxious weeds statewide. So we're making a pitch to fund her partially out of 4545 with pesticide registration fees, so we can continue to fund that position and have that functioning going on in the department. And so that is going to the January IFC, get approval for that. And I want to say that is it, unless you guys have any questions.
Any questions for Dale? Oh, Charlie, our money man.
Well, Dale, would there be, are these figures good up through December 1st or what?
Yes, these are all as
year
of
to
December
date.
1st, as recorded in the state system.
I didn't.
These,
December 1st.
yeah, these numbers are good as of December 1st, as recorded in the state system.
Okay.
Gotcha. Any other questions for Dale? Dale, thank you very much. Pete, are you still with us, Pete? He might not be with us. Are you there, Pete? What do you have as far as lunch?
I didn't hear what you just said.
What do you have planned for lunch?
Oh, I'm not worried about it. Whatever you guys do, I'll be here when you get back.
Well, I'll tell you what, we have lunch here right now, and I thought we'd take a little break, kind of get gathered up, and we don't have a lot of room in here. They've kind of already made it mentioned, obviously we don't want to be standing out in the hallways eating our sandwiches, so why don't we go ahead and work, give us a few minutes to get our sandwiches, or whatever we have, sit down and we'll go back on the record. But I thought if you wanted a few minutes to go grab something, we'll wait.
Oh, I'm fine, whatever you guys want to do.
Okay, well, let's take a 10 or 15 minute break, get our lunch gathered, and we'll be back on the record. And about 10 minutes to 1.
Sounds good.
Okay, Dave, we're live. Thank you.
Okay, now, let's go ahead and we have some reports here that are just reports, board, that we're gonna go ahead and kind of skip for now and try to get some of the stuff done that needs to be approved. In fact, Bob Conrad, we've released Bob in case we have any questions, so Jay will put a star by as a possible. Same with plant industry, consumer equitability, food and nutrition. So we're going to go right into number 9, animal industries, and the first item is the Virginia Range Cooperative Agreement. Clint Wright is our administrator doing the presentation, and this is for action.
I'm actually going to lead off the conversation on the Virginia Range part, and So, it's on the agenda because we had hoped we might have a cooperative agreement draft that was agreed upon by the folks that we've been working with on the horse advocate side with Return to Freedom, Denise Vogel, and the governor's office and ourselves. As we met Monday, we realized we were a little further away. We weren't going to be able to get it done that day, but we feel like we're making progress, and we hope to have a document that we will bring forward to the board for approval in the very near future. And so what we may do is wind up, because we want to get this done, calling a meeting sometime in between now and the beginning of the session. Probably would coincide something that we would do with the other NRA bill that we were talking about earlier. But I did want to take the opportunity to kind of give you an update and kind of some of the directions and some of the things that have happened, and that it's been a while since we've had a conversation about this. The Flint has done a great job of working with the governor's office, and they had reached out with the Department of Transportation, and we're actually looking at the Department of Transportation is looking to fund a fence in the very near future that would stretch from the four corner of alternate 95 and 50, like you're on your way to Fallon or you're on your way to Fernley, to the west, where basically there's an existing fence that they just built recently in the Portland area where they widened 50 going into Carson City or going into Davidson. That fence would largely eliminate a lot of the horses that are able to move south across that highway and decrease the chances of having a vehicular horse accident. As many of you may be aware, we had sundown, a motorcyclist hit a horse stud here about 2 months ago. Yeah. And then they were injured in oncoming traffic, and they were, as a result, hit by 3 oncoming cars and were deceased. And that's exactly the thing that, we had hoped to avoid and didn't want to, the public safety side of this, and, the loss of the person or the loss of the horse. I mean, there's nothing good there to be had. So that fence, we feel like will make a huge step, because that's where we seem to have the largest amount of high-speed traffic interaction with horses. Additionally, we did have some concerns voiced by some of the sheriff's officers that we were making public safety calls that maybe were under their purview or under their wherewithal. On 50, that's a state highway, that's a little bit different, because that's where we're dealing with highway patrol. We hope that issue will be solved at this point. We haven't seen issues on 395 since we've gotten the bypass open and underway, so that's been an additional great area that has no longer been a public safety issue. But I sent a letter into the Story County Sheriff's Office, Lyon County Sheriff's Office, saying, hey, we recognize your local authority, your police powers as such, and from this point on, we defer to your knowledge and your authority. And so if you see involving writings requesting that they do something about that, that's your job. So we that's a couple of things that have happened and addressed as of late. And then we have been working, and by we I mean heavily, on the cooperative agreement with the stakeholders or concerned parties and coming up with definitions and a high-level cooperative agreement that a lot of the detail will happen in what we're calling standard operating procedures. It will be developed by the groups and then approved by the Department of Ag, approved by Flint, specifically in the animal industry. Some of the concerns that we talked about on Monday that I felt had a very positive outcome was my concerns around diversionary feeding. We did not want diversionary feeding other than as it related to making sure that we were able to use fertilization control, PZP, to keep the fertility control measures, basically, for the mares. They wanted, as I understood it, and I think as I understood it incorrectly, diversionary feeding to keep horses out of public areas, so on and so forth. And without fencing or without any other things, that's no longer diversionary feeding. In my mind, that's artificially supporting a population that can't support itself, which is why it's trying to get in urban areas. They voiced that that's not what they wanted to do. What they want to do is identify that, you know, we have a fence that's been cut, and we have horses that are moving through that fence. So for 2 days, a week, whatever it may be, that they would put in the request, would request the opportunity to do diversionary feeding to keep them from going across the fence while they fix the fence as part of this cooperative management agreement. In my mind, that's acceptable. I can live with that. And it's a case-by-case situation. Or they would feed horses while they were either trapping them or trying to guard them while they're out and about. Basically, they would be responding to calls. The department would not lose its authority relative to protect. We wouldn't lose any of our authorities. That would all have to be under agreements through the SOPs with the agency working through Flint. We would have a quarterly meeting with them to keep them updated. They would provide us with a yearly report on what actions they've done, progress report as it were. There would be objectives, those tied to the number of horses that they are treating, and we would have more defined objectives as we develop the SOPs that we would approve that would be tied to the numbers. Additionally, one of the things that we would do, utilizing our plant program and Team Bud and working with NRCS, we would be trying to go out and find some money to help support doing a range assessment on the Virginia range in conjunction with the original range assessment that was done in around 2000, I believe, by Cub Wolf when he was at NRCS. So we're trying to figure out how we can make that happen and work on that. We have already flown the range and did a count, I want to say 3 months ago? In July, and was right at 2,000 horses that we identified on the range. But that's just kind of some of the high-level stuff that we're looking at as we would move towards this, getting to an agreement with these folks and then bringing an agreement to you for your approval. We would, obviously give you the time to review that before coming into the meeting, and you would have much greater detail to be able to ask us questions on. So with that, I would just say, do you have any questions at a fairly high level about this? Yes.
Why would we support, let me word this correctly. Why would we do anything that deals with feeding animals? And I hate to say this, but we can't do it on the BLM or Forest Service for obvious reasons.
We would be doing it in a similar, and correct me if I'm wrong, those that know, but it's my understanding that the BLM themselves may do a feeding of a group of horses to try to trap them, or a small group of horses, and that's what we're talking about. So it would be for example, when they administer keep wanting to say birth control, fertility control measures for their horses. They may use fee as a way to facilitate making that happen. This would be that same thing.
Okay.
That was the concern that I had, that they assured me was not what their intention was, because I said there is no way, and that's not modeled in any other wildlife organization or by BLM or anyone else, that we would agree to feeding horses in an attempt to artificially support that population.
In other words, it won't be used to supplement lack of native grasses in the area.
Correct.
It's, excuse me, David, I'll put it out for the record, but it's intended as a management tool. So the idea is to reduce the overall numbers. So if you're feeding horses, or in their case, RTF is feeding horses, then they have to be administering fertility control, PZP, or they've got to be capturing them. So it's only two reasons they can feed horses.
And we've been doing that on the capture program, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Feeding in the traps.
Okay. So if BLM does this in certain circumstances, I do know that a hunting trip in the wilderness, packing your horses, certified hay has to be taken along. Is that, I mean, because I'd hate to see our own noxious weed program blown out of the water.
That's a great point. We haven't even identified
We haven't
how
even
that would end.
thought about that, but we'll have to add that in.
Yeah.
Maybe. So have to be certified weed-free hay.
Or perennial pepper weed.
See, Robert's got his thumbs up. We didn't give him a chance to complain about it yet.
Do they bail perennial pepper weed?
Silage.
Yeah.
You know, any of these discussions, you know, with this Virginia Ranger horses are running essentially on the vast majority of private lands, especially privately owned lands. And I see a real lack of involvement from the landowners. And we're talking about inventorying and looking at what might happen out there, you know, developing a plan, a resource plan. It just seems like there's a AWOL situation going there, responsibility from someone that I think they would want to have an interest in what happens in that.
Yes. And the private land is about to explode in a certain region out there too, so.
Yeah,
that would probably change.
That's probably the first route we went with this. You know, I was trying to make a deal with rather the private landowners, even before we were trying to make a deal with the advocacy groups. And they don't want to. They don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. I mean, they don't want to touch it with a 20-foot pole. I mean, they're so far. They don't care. They don't want to be involved, and it's a difficult situation. I agree with you. If I owned the land, I would be right smack in the middle of the deal. But I don't.
With that said, in here, we address and recognize the private property owners' private property rights, and that if the cooperator is going to take any actions on those private properties, that they have to have the permission of, the written permission of the private property owner. And then that will also be reinforced in the standard operating procedures. That's a baseline. That's one of the baselines where we started on the cooperative agreement. Because we don't have the authority to give anyone any authority. Well, I mean, if we don't have the authority, we can't transfer that authority to the cooperative agreement to anyone else to do anything on private property that we don't have authority to do. So
well,
they
that's
would
what
have
worries
to give
about this
permission.
situation is, I mean, it is happening, and the impacts are to private property. And, you know, by either going out, even inventorying what's out there and looking at the range conditions, so you have a baseline level to know what's there. If the state is involved with that, as opposed to the private property owner, it just seems like we're opening up, maybe even the department to, you're involved with this process. I realize legislature put us there. But nonetheless, you know, if, okay, say it fouls up something that the private property is wanting to do there, just the very fact that, you know, you're just putting out a management plan and they don't want to be involved, it's a very awkward situation, it seems to me.
No argument, and, you know, I just think at this point it's something that we own. And I think, again, this goes to the difficulty that we have as an agency in dealing with this issue. this agency, this board, the staff that we hire, the tools that we have in our toolkit are not those for the management of wildlife. They are those for the management of commodities. And in the animal side, it would be livestock commodities. And so this has been a struggle for the agency well before I arrived, and continues to be a struggle. I surely have not, if there was a hope that I would have a magic wand, I haven't found it yet. And so I agree with you, and I think the best that we can do is to acknowledge the private property owners, but the other side of that is the public lands that exist there. That also means that we're going to require them to communicate directly with BLM on actions that they're taking with BLM, because BLM will also have, or on public land, because BLM also has grazing permits and such that you know, are rights that are out there as well. And so they're going to have to get sign-off from them for things that they do management-wise on those lands as well.
Are the private property owners even adverse to getting involved with the planning process, the resource planning process in the future, or
Yes.
Or they don't even want to be involved with that side of it?
I'm telling you, boy, if it involves a forest up there, you have to talk to the lawyer before you get to talk to them.
Okay.
And then when you get to talk to them, their lawyer is in the room with you.
Is it because they're afraid of retribution?
It's a variety of reasons, Davey. There's not just one.
These are people that don't have a dog in the fight, they're just up there living.
No.
Oh.
No. These are wealthy people, Davey. Many of them, actually. Yeah. And they have a lot invested there, and they don't want any of the publicity that comes with gathering horse blind or dealing with the horses, period. You know, not to say the man's name, but they basically told me that they didn't want anything to do with him, but they supported everything I did.
Well, that's what they pay taxes for.
That's how they escorted me out of the legal office that day. So,
Now, is there an HML requirement in this contract? Is there a performance clause in there that says X amount have to be harvested off the?
Yes and no. We could not come to a number, like a baseline number. I mean, they wouldn't agree with our numbers, and we definitely don't agree with their numbers. So no, there's not a hard line number. What there is a hard line number for the amount of horses we would like to see receive fertility control each year, and it's stepped up from year 1 through year 5. So essentially, I told them right off the bat, I said, you know, you're going to have a lot of things to do in the first year. However many you fertilize or defertilize in the first year doesn't really matter. So we set a really low goal of 150, and but finally by year 5 we're looking at 750 mares to be fertility control.
But the other part of that is that that is the range assessment, because of the number being in dispute. The assessment that was done in 2000, not taking into consideration of impending development, all those kind of things. So that's where we're committed to getting some kind of assessment, range assessment updates done out there, working through NRCS and with NRCS to get what a real number is. The 2000 number was at the max, and what they would consider, as I understood and looked at the report, in excess of what should be out there was 600. Ideally, it was 200 to 300. Now, the argument is, well, that was done on 85,000 acres, or was based on 85,000 acres, not based on 325,000 acres. As I've looked at the report, the monitoring was done on 85,000 acres and laid over the top of the remaining acreage, because the monitoring points that they utilized in that additional land was the same type of demography and land, and so they would extrapolate, you know, this spot here and that spot a mile over there are very much the same ground, and monitoring one, we can assume the other is the same. So that's part of the argument. We're actually going to, as we re-engage in this assessment that we want to do, I'm hoping that we can even bring Cub Wolf back in the initial meetings to clarify the studies we did in 2000.
Ramona?
Jim, is everything fenced as far as major highways go after this fence is put up?
I wouldn't say everything, but I would say for high-speed highways, most of it. We still have some issues with fences cut on I-80. I want to say a week ago we had horses on an overpass on I-80 or on I-80 or.
Well, the thing is, yes, when they get this fencing project done on 50, essentially we'll have it fenced. But there is still the potential that a horse can walk down the road itself, get on a highway. In fact, last week that's what happened on I-80. They just got on USA Parkway, and they kept going, and they went right up the overpass. The same thing goes on at Old 395. When those horses get over to Toll Road and into the steamboat area, they just walk right down the road and they're on 395.
They're fencing without cattle guards.
No, we are fencing with cattle guards. Those areas that I'm talking about, actually cattle guards. They're painted on. They're not in the ground.
Just, just as a comment, this is Board of Supervisors. People that they're talking about using is not.
Hold on 1 second, boy, because I want to make sure we get everything on the record. Can you guys mute your microphones in Sparks?
Okay. We're doing it right now, thank you.
Thank you, because we're almost done with this conversation, and then we'll move to Dr. Wolf. I saw her move in. Boy, thank you.
The only time that the PDP is effective to any extent whatsoever is if the same mayors get a booster dose, and that's achieved an annual dose. But a single dose of that product will probably be effective for 1 year or less.
I'll go farther than that, boy.
You go a little farther or shorter?
You have to do the booster in the same year.
I agree.
You have to give them a primer shot, and then you have to follow up in 22 weeks and give them a full dose. And then you have to administer that to the same mare every year, unless you want them to have 4 colts out of 5 years.
And what has happened additionally on open range lands, BLM horses, is that while they receive 1 dose, they might receive 2 at an extended period of time between the two boosters. And basically it kept the mare open for 1 year, so she's in pretty good shape. So she'll be guaranteed to breed back the second year because she's in good body condition.
So what Boyd is saying, that theoretically,
Unless they do it right.
yeah, but where I'm getting at is anybody that gets this contract could essentially not do anything, and there's no way we could hold their feet to the fire on the contract.
Oh, no. The first year we've got some allowances in there, basically so they can get their feet on the ground. We're lenient. But after that, no, they have to prove to us that they have sterilized 250 mares, and it increases every year after that, on the way up to 750 head. And
when you say increase, you mean the 250 that they did the year before, and
an additional. Okay, that's correct. And they also have to show us that 75% of those mares that they do give shots to do not have a foal. That was critical in this last meeting that I held them to. They wanted a much lower number than that. So no, we have to. I want to see at least 3/4 of those mares not foal the following year.
Okay, so are you treating it like bangs? A certified veterinarian signed up with the state, it's going to go out that we can trust. That's why we have bangs done by a vet, and not me calling Ramona to come out.
I can.
Sorry, Ramona. I just looked at you when I said it.
The devil is always in the details, but that is in the SOPs. They show us the horses that they vaccinate. We're going to follow back up. If that has to be my staff the next spring, and ensure that 75% of them don't have foal.
Logistically, though, That 3 week or a month or 2 month or 3 month booster dose. Okay, the second year, additional to the first, just getting the annual, that first 150. Now that second group, additional 100, they have to be done separately somehow to get, how many times can we capture those mares to get booster doses? Because that, a new 100 will need for the second year. And then as we increase a whole new group will need a booster dose. Now you have those separate, the original bunch.
And I'm hearing, well, and I'm also hearing, maybe that's something between now and the next conversation that we have the state vet take a look at and maybe consult with you because of your experience and background on, because we leave it open, we say PCP or other comparable, and is there a better product that we need to look at?
No offense, but Annetta and Mike have seen every version of this. And the reason that we're allowing them to feed them is because of the situations that Boyd's describing here. Frankly, if you don't feed them, I have no idea how you're going to get that done up there in the sagebrush. None.
It's like a saddle horse with 20-acre field.
Exactly.
It's only going to take a couple times. He's not going to come.
Exactly. So, the first discussions of this whole thing was like we were not going to allow feeding whatsoever. But you got to come to the realization that if you actually want them to do it, if you want them to do the work and actually succeed, there ain't no other way. So that's why we even approach the subject to allow them to feed horses.
I would say you're not going to make a decision today, and I think we could talk for a long time on this, but I want you to just start thinking about it, rolling it around in your mind. We will send out, once we get to that point, a cooperative agreement for you to take a look at ahead of the meeting, and then of course we'll have a massive debate, I'm sure, during the meeting. But I do see Dr. Wolf's set up and ready to present and to value her time.
Okay.
All right.
We'll go ahead and move to item 9B, the sheep disease transfer issue presented by Dr. Wolf, wildlife biologist with the Nevada Department of Wildlife, and Mike Cox, the big game coordinator with the Nevada Department of Wildlife. It's for information only. And Dr. Wolf, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. So we're going to do this as kind of a two-part presentation, and so hopefully just talk about some of our current challenges with managing bighorn sheep and sort of what the state of the state is in Nevada. So I'm going to have Mike's going to take it away first, and then I'll come in toward the second half. And I hope everybody, assuming that if you have a burning question, either wait to the end, or if it's something that can't wait, it needs to refer to a slide or something, just go ahead and let us know. Okay?
Sounds good.
Good afternoon. Again, Mike Cox, big game coordinator for Nevada Department of Wildlife. So today we're going to talk about keeping sheep on the mountain, not necessarily putting more sheep on the mountain. Just list some.
Say that again, Mr. Cox. Say that again.
Today's presentation is going to be focused more on keeping sheep healthy on the mountain versus putting more sheep on the mountain. So we have a lot of efforts in the past of restoring bighorns, but we're going to talk about maintaining and sustaining our current herds out there. The challenges that we have with sustaining these herds, just a general list. Connectivity, we typically have in the past, a key thing is to provide connectivity between and among our herds, but that is actually something that we're rethinking, and in some cases, as we'll go through the presentation today, we may not want connectivity among some herds. Habitat, of course, as you know, in the driest state in the union, is a challenge. We've had some persistent droughts. Gotta love this rain that's happening right now in western Nevada and northern Nevada. Our water developments have been key for our desert bighorn herds to the south. And we do see overgrazing by all young ungulate classes, including our own bighorn sheep. Some of our herds are getting to a point where we need to thin them out. And a big focus of today's presentation are the diseases that our herds contract and then maintain in their herds. And we've had some die-offs over the last decade.
Hold on 1 second. Sean, they're not seeing the presentation, they're only seeing the clock.
Oh shoot.
I can only see the clock.
We're being timed.
We are pressing for time, but not that bad.
Hint, hint. Yeah, I saw that screen and I was like, oh, I'm not gonna.
Maybe that's always
There was part of your presentation was up a minute ago. We saw them jumping out the back of the trailer.
Yep, that was the opening slide, and then you lost it.
Yeah, there they are.
Can you turn this camera to face that?
I'm dialing into a whole other system. So.
Any questions?
Uh-oh, there we go. There we go, Sean.
Okay, you guys seeing the presentation right now?
Yeah.
You sound convincing.
Do you see a slide on yet?
Yes.
Current challenges?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. So we listed those. The last one that we're starting to focus on and think harder about is effective management of our bighorn herds once they've experienced a die-off, and even considering depopulation of some herds because they're potentially a liability on the landscape if they continue to persist, the survivors out there and carriers of the disease. So that is something that we're looking hard at now. Just a real brief overview of some key points in the history of our bighorn restoration program that have to do with disease transmission, lack of separation. Back in the 1970s and 80s, there was not always concerns about disease transmission and avoiding the risk of that. We've had some individual cases with permittees with the land management agencies, whether it was the forest or BLM, where we would develop a hold harmless agreement with operators and the agencies of saying if we reintroduce sheep, say within 10 miles of known domestics, we will hold harmless any potential disease occurrence that would occur in the past. And this was not something that we were doing anymore, but it certainly had distributed our bighorn sheep closer to some of the potential, closer to domestic sheep than we want and than we wanted. But at the time, some people didn't think the disease transmission was an issue back then, but we do now. Moving on is the current information. We're trying to, again, assess our risks out there on the landscape. And one of the things we're doing is putting satellite collars on bighorn rams, especially the young rams, basically the 19-year-old kids that are going off and wandering across the U.S. and getting into trouble. These 3- and 4-year-old rams have a propensity to do long-distance forays. This is just a real small subset of 4 different rams that have moved more than 20 miles, and that's really helping us to determine the potential risk and boundary that some of these herds can expand into adjacent herds, bighorn herds, and even into adjacent public land allotments of domestic sheep or private land farm flocks. Back in 2011 and 12, kind of give you a perspective west-wide, the concerns that all of us western state agencies have in terms of die-offs affecting our bighorn herds. Myself and my counterpart in the state of Montana did a survey of all of our western states and provinces to look at the losses that we've all had from disease events. This bar chart provides each bar what state or province and the number of losses that we've estimated to occur since the 1980s. And you can see the top 3 states that have experienced bighorn disease mortalities are Montana, ourselves, and Colorado. So with that, I'll hand it off to Dr. Wolf.
Okay, so I'm just going to go over, and if you followed the whole bighorn sheep pneumonia complex issue, it is, I remember first hearing about this at my first meeting after graduating from vet school 30 years ago, and talking about bighorn sheep dying. So it's been going on a long time, and I think that there's been tremendous advances in our understanding of the agents involved, especially I think in the last 5 years there's been with technology. And so I'm just going to go through, I think, a summary of what I really think are and what we've seen in Nevada and feel are some of the, what makes sense to me is what I feel is happening out on the landscape. So I think it's not really new, but the organism, the bacteria that's really come into play probably in the past 6-7 years is Mycoplasma pneumoniae. And there's about 30 different species of Mycoplasma, and people have one, cattle have one, there's all birds have a bunch of them. What was that? You okay? Can you not hear me? Can you hear me? No. Can y'all hear me?
Wonder how long it's been that way. Oh no. Time out on us?
Are you texting?
We don't know how long it is. Are you texting Don? I'm texting Jerry.
They hung up and left. Yeah.
Well, we don't have video conferencing.
Well, normally when we go from our offices, it's fine. That's not our Las Vegas office that we're going to. That's DMV. And so
Glitches.
it was from our office, we'd probably be okay.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, we just started doing it at TMCC. They got a few.
And then the worst part is they were supposed to have it in one building.
So are you redialing them right now, Sean?
The 12th hour.
Yeah.
That's what I heard, yeah.
That never is good.
That's why they're all crammed in that little
I
room.
know, I was looking at it and I thought, you gotta be kidding me.
That's frustrating.
They are not gonna be happy people.
And we're all sitting up here with all the elbow room.
I know.
Hey, let's all clump together to make them feel better.
Welcome to the Nevada System of Higher Education. Please enter your passcode followed by the pound sign, and you will be placed in the appropriate conference. Thank you.
There they are.
I would think why we would have them more.
Can you hear us again?
That ram really close.
Hello.
It looked like it had a bullet hole in it. We probably designed kind of gunshot wound.
All
Lead
right,
poisoning.
we lost you at the sleeping sheep.
Do we need to reconnect with Elko?
Elko.
Pete was there. You there, Pete? Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear Reno?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I don't know if Elko can hear Reno. Oh, they can, okay.
Yes, they can hear you.
Yeah, Pete can
Yeah, Elko's on.
Okay, so we should probably go back.
You were at the mycoplasma sign.
Okay, the mycoplasma, okay.
The clock again, Sean.
We get the clock.
Still looking at the clock. Okay.
Oh, Sean's getting a workout.
Uh-oh. Yeah, we need the cyclification.
Yeah,
He's doing it, okay. Okay.
It takes a second to reset. Yeah.
Okay.
You see the clock or the presentation?
Sleeping sheep.
No.
Clock. Tell us when you see the sleeping sheep.
It's across from the thing.
Yeah, turn the camera over.
Yeah, turn the camera around, we'll show it at the clock.
It's just not accurate, but it's like it's
Yeah, this one here is what's fixing the one, I think. Here, on this one right now.
Oh, we could do that.
Had it together. Relook at it. And pull the knife out.
You want us to just turn the projector around? Oh, I'm sure we could just move it. Of course.
Jim, I think Sean went to go see if Jay can maybe fix this really quick. Do you want to take a 5-minute or something, or just proceed without video?
Actually, we could maybe go to, if Dave wants, he's running the meeting, but we could maybe go to,
Board update by Flint.
no, let's do, Pete's.
Oh, Pete's wool grower?
Right.
Okay.
You've been denied.
I am.
Pete, can you tell us a little bit about the Wool Growers Association request? And then maybe we can work that into a motion?
Okay, I was gonna have a written request to get our monies out of the Department of Ag.
And now we lose Pete.
Bring a written request, because I wasn't sure of the number. But like you and I talked this morning, Jim, maybe you just want to agree to whatever that number is, that when we get the number right, that be the number, whatever you,
Right.
whatever the decides.
So what happened was we were trying to have Sydney pull together the sheep head tax numbers that we normally transfer to wool growers. That transfer requires a board approval by the board. So instead of actually, in the past, we've had a exact number letter request, my recommendation was, so that we didn't have to visit this on a future agenda, to go ahead and make it happen, because unless there's an issue, but normally this is what we do, that we would just basically make a motion to take all the sheep head tax for sheep and direct Dale Hanson, the administrator, for fiscal, to cut a check to the Nevada Wool.
Are you guys still looking at the plug, Jim? Sorry.
Yep. So you just want a motion to transfer all the money in the head tax to the wool growers?
Whatever that may
Mr.
be.
Spratling has the floor.
I move that this board approve transfer of sheep head tax monies to the wool growers.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Spratling made the motion, Ms. Morrison made the second. Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous.
So I will direct Dale with that directive, and we'll get the check cut. Thank you, Pete.
So basically, just print the checks.
So you want to do B, then we can go back and redo all those items we just made motions on.
They're gonna get it anyway, right?
Okay. We got it. You got it.
We're just tired.
All right, we'll go ahead and have reappointment oaths for, by Dennis. And we have two, correct? I saw in the packet?
Three, I think.
No, we only have one already.
Oh, one
Oh.
oath, oh, okay.
Because I'm next meeting.
Oh.
So who's today and who are the next two?
I think Tim is today.
Okay. And then Boyd and.
But we have to receive
Have to receive the written
of the other two.
Before we can. Okay.
During notary's notebook
Sorry, I failed.
The district
All
court,
good.
district court judge there, his or her clerk can do it. The court judge can do it. So the oath,
It's all yours.
Tim, please repeat after me. Rise and raise your right hand. I,
Tim DeFarina,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support,
that I will support,
protect, and defend
protect, and defend
the Constitution and government
the Constitution and government
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution and government
and the Constitution and government
of the state of Nevada
of the state of Nevada
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
whether domestic or foreign,
whether domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear true faith,
and that I will bear true faith,
allegiance, and loyalty to the same,
allegiance, and loyalty to the same,
any ordinance, resolution, or law
any ordinance, resolution, or law
of any state notwithstanding,
of any state notwithstanding,
and that I will well and faithfully perform
that I will well and faithfully perform
all the duties of the office of member of the Board of Agriculture,
all the duties of the office of the member of Department of the Board of Agriculture,
Board of Agriculture, on which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Under the pains and
That's it.
Could you repeat that? I didn't hear it.
You didn't hear it. Now you can get your plane ticket paid for.
There we go.
The rest of you are on your own.
Lucky you. Good thing I'm driving.
All right, well, we got that out of the way. How we doing at the other, over in Reno?
What do you guys see right now?
You?
We're working on it.
And it's not a very good picture of you guys. I'm sure you all photographed nicely. You guys just want to do it without the PowerPoint?
What about doing it with a small projector that we just put
Is that
against
good?
the.
The map
Yeah.
is pretty good.
Oh, is this?
Yeah.
All right, well, keep working on it.
Okay.
Some of the members have seen this presentation and they believe the maps are really important, so.
Okay.
So we're gonna go ahead and continue with our board meeting. Do I dare say Flint?
We've got Flynn, we've got Bart here as well.
Well, really for my update, it's pretty simple. Everything that I wrote down in there is pretty much current. One thing I wanted to make all of you aware of, I have spoke to cattlemen about this situation. So I'm sure many of you have heard of the recent shootings of cattle that have gone on statewide. We started off actually up around Gerlach with Andrea Jackson's cattle. Chris Miller, one of our enforcement officers with there, he says, I swear those aren't gunshot wounds. And I said, well,
Say what?
he says, I swear those aren't gunshot wounds.
Aren't?
Yes.
Aren't?
Or not. Thank you. So I said, well, what do you think they are? He says, I don't know. But we'd like to put them down the chute and we'll test them. So that's fine. So we did. It came back positive for pigeon fever, which is not common in cattle by any means. It's more common in horses, goats, and sheep than it is in cattle, but it was positive for pigeon fever. We also tested Jeff Benaracci's cattle over to Wells, which were originally thought to be shot. They are also positive for pigeon fever. So that's 15 out of 60 cases so far. Now, that being said, there are some cattle that have legitimately been shot, okay? Especially those at Maggie Creek, most likely the cattle at the TS. Excuse me. So, currently what we're doing on that little project is separating the goats from the sheep. Because when this all happened, we were looking for somebody from Reno to Windsor, that was shooting cattle. We're trying to narrow this down and decide which ones are pigeon fever and which ones are shot. So that way it gives us a smaller area that we need to look for. One more thing on that is that we do have leads to the perpetrators that shot those cattle, especially at Maggie Creek. I cannot tell you what they are. That is an ongoing investigation, and it's not solely done by ourselves. It is us and Elko County Sheriff's Department as well. So we do have leads. That is about as far as we got it so far. But yeah, some of those cattle are not shot. They actually just have pigeon fever. So.
Does pigeon fever react just like it does in a horse? The same thing? If I saw it
Different parts of the body.
Yeah.
Usually horses are along the midline, pectoral muscle, or up in the groin.
And cattle would be
down the leg on the side.
Yeah, or down. They get them down the chest too. That's where we found some of these.
That's a swelling, same thing as swelling.
Yep. So other than what you see in the book there, that's basically all I have to report. So.
It looks like we have our slide back up.
Okay, keep going till you get to the mycoplasma.
Are we back again? Can you hear me? All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so we got the mycoplasma. We talked a little bit about the dead sheep, right? And he's not sleeping, he's actually dead. So, I mean, really, he's so skinny, he might be sleeping, though. He probably doesn't have a lot of energy. So what do we know about Mycoplasma ovi-pneumoniae? We know that Mycoplasma ovi-pneumoniae is naturally carried, the natural hosts are domestic sheep and goats. We know that it is not a new disease agent. It has probably been involved in bighorn sheep pneumonia complex all along. However, it is a fussy organism that doesn't like to grow well and be found on a petri dish. And so it really, when they had new techniques like PCR, some of these other ways to actually get at DNA, the presence of the agent, they started finding it a lot more. And I think also they feel that everybody was so wrapped up in Pasteurella that nobody was really looking for Mycoplasma, even though when you look at the lung tissue and that sort of thing under the microscope on an animal that may have died, Mycoplasma does leave a signature type of cellular pattern similar to what the Pasteurellas do with their leukotoxins. So they've gone back and they've looked at some of these older tissues from some of the commingling studies and from previous die-offs, and they've been able to see that, yes, there was the signature cellular pattern of mycoplasma, and then they've also been able to go back on some of these archived tissues and also get mycoplasma, get the DNA out of some of these old tissue blocks, and which has been very helpful in saying, yes, it was there and it did play a role. And we've actually done that in Nevada with some of our die-offs, which has been very helpful for us being able to kind of figure out what's been going on over time. So as I said, the technology has really increased the recognition and helped sort of have us be able to recognize it. And then when I've been able to look at any of the, I've been here in the department for 5 years, and then I've also been able to find some tissues that were archived from some die-offs all the way back to 2003. And in Nevada, where we have had a pneumonia-related die-off or sort of disease event, and we've had access to samples where we can confirm what bacteria are there, we have been able to relate that Mycoplasma ovopneumonia has always been present. So what does Mycoplasma ovopneumonia do? And this has been well documented in domestic sheep because it does cause an atypical pneumonia, primarily in lambs. But what it does is it affects the respiratory cilia, and basically it kind of disables the security system because there's all those little cilia in our respiratory systems are constantly kind of beating against the flow to get all that gunk that we all inhale or swallow into our respiratory tracts all the time. So it's basically like taking out the bouncer at the bar is really what Mycoplasma does. And then what happens is the animal, there's all these bacteria that are normally in the pharyngeal area, and there's, spit and ruminants, there's pieces of hay and grain and all sorts of stuff. So if you don't have anybody kind of trying to clear that out, what happens is all these microorganisms can move down into the lungs and create a party, and the lungs are a great party environment. And so what they found now, when they're really looking at these die-offs, is usually in the majority of cases there's Mycoplasma ovopneumonia there, and then the animal is probably dying from the secondary other bacteria that get in there, whether it's the Pastorellas with their leukotoxins, or even they found a lot of a bacteria, an anaerobe that's commonly seen in hoof rot. They found that in a number of die-off events too. So that's really what's going on down in the lungs. So what we've seen, as far as with die-offs or disease events and the impact to our bighorn sheep herds, is we've seen a couple of things. We either see a disease event where we find a number of animals that are either sick, or we're able to get our hands on them that have the presence of Mycoplasma ovopneumoniae in the sinus tissues and a severe sinusitis, plus or minus some sort of related pneumonia. It can be, a mild kind of Mycoplasma pneumonia, or it can be kind of a full-blown mycoplasma with Mycoplasma there, and then some other bacteria that causes a severe necrotizing bronchopneumonia. And then the other thing that we've seen are these all-age die-offs, where we have each class of animals from lambs to adults dying. We have rarely had a whole herd mortality event. The one that springs to mind that we've had is Hayes Canyon back in 2007, where basically that entire herd was wiped out. And they were, even after monitoring that herd for about 6 years, they were unable to ever identify any survivors from that die-off. That is a rarity, and usually what we see is an all-age die-off of some varying percentage of the herd, either a larger percentage or a smaller percentage, and that probably is due to whether, we don't know what causes all that. Is it the strain of the bacteria? Is it the strain of the other the mycoplasma, what exactly causes that. But that's usually what we see in Nevada. And then I think what is really I would actually prefer kind of the whole herd die-off, because then you can start again. What we struggle with now are these, and this has been documented not only here but across the West, where you have these lamb recruitment issues in the herd for years to decades. And in Colorado, they've documented poor lamb recruitment in a couple of herds for up to 20 years. So what happens is the lambs are born healthy. Ewes get pregnant, lambs are born, but typically die between 6 to 12 weeks of age. And this was first kind of documented in Hell's Canyon, and then we've gone out, and looked at some of our desert herds and that type of thing to try to determine if that's happening across, the West in some of these. And you can almost set your calendar by the time these lambs start to die. And not all of them die, but you may go from greater than 20% per 100 ewes lamb recruitment to maybe one lamb out of a group that survives. In Hell's Canyon, up in between Idaho, Oregon, and Washington, certainly that's been a heavily studied metapopulation of bighorn sheep, and they've been monitoring that since the late 90s. And what they have found there is no herd has ever cleared the pneumonia in that particular metapopulation. And then that they found that they've had these intermittent years of appropriate lamb recruitment where they might have a number of lambs survive for 2 or 3 years, and then it goes back to no lambs survive, and then a couple, and then none. So, and that's something that we haven't yet. Right now, we're documenting mainly that there are very few lambs surviving in some of the herds that we've had, where we've had a fairly significant all-age die-off. But what we're seeing is maybe there's little pockets within a larger herd where we might have some better lamb survival. The reason that they think that this is happening, I think, is interesting, and they determined that when they infect domestic sheep, a herd of naive domestic sheep or a herd of bighorn sheep with mycoplasma, that of the survivors, that about 10 to 20% may remain carriers, and the rest of the group may go ahead and clear the infection. And that's maybe what is accounting for this long, many years of poor lamb recruitment, is that there's, a number of probably ewes or maybe some rams that are remaining carriers and are chronically shedding the bacteria out of their noses. And that's something that we're contributing some animals next week to a study in South Dakota, where they're trying to kind of confirm that there are these 3 classes of infected sheep, infected bighorns, that some that appear to be resistant to infection, and no matter how many times they sample them serially year after year after year, they always are negative for Mycoplasma ovopneumoniae. There seem to be these intermittent shedders that are sometimes positive and sometimes negative, and they feel that that might be due to who they hang out with, and then that there are these chronic shedders that are chronically shedding the disease, and that probably have, a severe sinus infection, and they just cannot clear the bacteria. And their hypothesis is that these chronic shedders are the ones that are causing poor lamb recruitment. And if they were to isolate these 3 groups into different pens, that you'd find out that the first 2 groups, their lambs would survive, but they're not the ones, the chronic shedders, their lambs would not survive. So what do we know about Mycoplasma ovopneumoniae? We know that it can be transmitted from, certainly in the lab, in pen studies, it's been transmitted between domestic sheep and goats to bighorn sheep, and we certainly on the landscape, in the snowstorms, we had a domestic sheep that showed up at the same time, was found in the herd when we started having a die-off in 2011, and the strain type of the Mycoplasma was an identical match between the domestic sheep and the bighorn sheep that were sampled at that time. We also know now that we've had some instances where once our bighorn sheep are infected, that we know that they can transmit it between different herds of bighorn sheep or obviously amongst themselves. And that is a dendrogram of some strains of Mycoplasma pneumoniae from some die-offs, and the areas in yellow that are highlighted in yellow are Nevada sheep. And then the blue there, that's highlighted in blue, are actually some sheep in Arizona. So that's a strain of Mycoplasma pneumonia that we know either first got into Nevada sheep or first got into Arizona sheep, that is now crossed over the river, and that strain is in both of those herds. And then the bright orange one at the bottom, or the orangish reddish one, is from a die-off and disease event down in the Mojave Desert, so right below the Spring Mountains, down through that area down into California. And when we knew there was likely connectivity along that mountain range between the bighorns, between California and Nevada, and when we tested our bighorns in the Spring Mountains, they had both this strain that was common in the Mojave Desert herd. So that is one of our concerns now, is that our animals, if they're the survivors, obviously these chronic shedders, when they're moving around and doing their thing, can move the disease between the bighorn herds. So this is a map of Nevada, obviously, and that is all of our bighorn herds are shown there. And we've been trying to work our way through and to really we have about 100 herds, and trying to get a handle on what exactly is going on in each herd. So the red indicates herds that have been tested where we found Mycoplasma pneumoniae. The green herds are those herds that have been tested, where we've actually gone in and looked to see if we can find it, and where we do not have Mycoplasma. And then the blue are herds or subpopulations where we have not had an opportunity to actively get in there and test those herds. And some of the herds, I don't know if this laser pointer will work. Does that show up for you guys?
No, that wasn't.
Okay, well, never mind. Okay, so in the area above it should see it. They should be able to see it.
They should be able to see it there.
Yeah, so this part of this metapopulation here, we've recently found some Mycoplasma there and tied it to a strain that was from a die-off over here in the White Mountains in the late 90s. And then some of these others, this is where I showed you all of those strain types with the Spring Range and going down into the Mojave Desert, and they've had some die-offs down there. So we know that with ram movements, there's likely connectivity going back and forth here. The snowstorms, which was that one I showed you, is right here, and that's where they've continued to we had a direct match with the domestic sheep, and then had part of those animals are going to be contributing to that chronic shedding study that was there. So for the future, where I think the department, where we feel we really need to go, and where not only in Nevada, but I think west-wide we're looking at focusing on, is that I think we need to continue to maintain separation. We need separation between domestic sheep and bighorn sheep, and domestic goats too. And then I also think we need to look at making sure that we maintain separation between our bighorn sheep that have Mycoplasma pneumoniae and those herds that do not, because it doesn't really matter who's moving it around. The consequences can be fairly dire. I also think that we should look collaboratively as two different industries. We should look at some of the best management practices that have been developed and put out there. I think there's at least 5 that are living out there now, and maybe relook at those and figure out what in those would potentially work in Nevada and what doesn't really make sense, and see if there's some ways that we can use those to help affect separation, or at least try to minimize contact. There is a lot of focus now on understanding the epidemiology of these diseased herds. There are a few herds that have bounced back very quickly from a die-off situation, and they haven't gone through the up and down. They've actually done fairly well. And there's maybe, a handful of those across the West. And right now there's a large focus within Nevada and in some of the other western states is to figure out why. Is it a difference in the strain pathogenicity? I think we all know that these are not just, it's not just a bacteria. There's, within these bacterial classes, there's many strains, and a lot of them have varying levels of pathogenicity. So is that what is causing the difference? They're looking at, rainfall patterns, they're looking at trace mineral levels, they're looking at habitat overall to see if we can tease out something that makes these particular herds stand out. And then, so that we can, better manage for that outcome. And then I think what Mike talked about earlier was management strategies post-disease introduction. So, nobody wants a herd that flounders for 20 years, and there are some of those around the West where they've gotten down to like 8 ewes, and that's all that they have. So how can we look at, other than going in and depopulating, which probably wouldn't be too terribly popular, how can we look at doing some research or to figure out a way to remove some of these chronic shedders if we can identify them easily on the landscape and get these herds back to a productive level a lot faster than possible. And then this is just kind of an interesting story. This was a picture that was taken up in Paradise Valley in the Martin Creek area of the Santa Rosas, and that little guy in the middle is a Soay sheep, and he was the landowner didn't think he'd lost him, but then when we showed him the picture, VLM actually took the picture. He goes, "Oh yeah, that's mine." So we ended up harvesting him, and he was very clean. And we spoke to this landowner, and he said, "Well, these are a very isolated breed of sheep, and you can come in and test them, but they're not going to have any diseases because they're from the Outer Hebrides in Scotland, and they've been raised in isolation, and you won't find any diseases." So we tested this little guy, and he did not have disease, any of the normal diseases, none of the respiratory viruses. He didn't have any mycoplasma. He had some Pasteurella, and that was about it. And then we went in, and this guy, we tested 18. We tested a new ram that he'd gotten in from Wisconsin, and 18 of his yearlings, and bled them and did nasal swabs on them, looking for MOV. And the guy was right. None of them had, I think maybe one had a low titer to like BRSV. The rest of them had no titers. They had no MOV. They were about the cleanest sheep. So I think this being raised in isolation, he was right. They really were naive, although they seem to be very sensitive to copper. Some of them, this little guy had kind of borderline high copper levels, so in his liver. But it was kind of interesting. He was kind of a cute little sheep, and I think he probably somehow got blown out of his group and ran up the hill and was like, "Help!" Ran into these bighorns to hang out with. So that's all I have. I figured you'd probably want to ask questions, or can I speak to
Any
anything
questions
else?
for the good doctor?
Well, I don't get called that very often. Yes.
Oh, too late. I let him go too long. He thought about it. Mr. Spratley. Oh, Dr. Spratley.
Hi.
Dr. Wolf, how you doing?
Good.
I would like you to maybe mention the distances that some of those young rams will cover going from one band to another, and the potential. What kind of potential does that serve to having more herds with potential die-off and disease problems?
Yeah,
I'm gonna let Mike talk about it.
Dr. Spratling, it's Mike. Yes, we've had fairly common 20 to 40 mile movements, but we've also had up to 110 miles in a single direction. So we definitely have a strong probability of these animals, if they do or are part of an infected herd, can spread and transmit those pathogens a long distance. And that's something that we've got to try to wrestle with. But unfortunately, wild sheep historically and through today are nomadic in nature, but it is something that is a liability once you get those pathogens in a particular herd.
Perhaps just one more thought also is that frequently we've had situations where well, I'm losing my train of thought here. Just went off track.
Well, let me say one thing that we need to continue to do better, and it's been unfortunately almost 4 years since I went to the last Nevada Wool Growers Association convention in the fall, but is more communication amongst all of us, the operators, our field staff, and the land management agencies. If they do see a wandering ram, or they do see a wandering domestic, is for all of us to try to remove that from the landscape, healthy or lethal or otherwise, so that we can minimize those transmissions. And I think that's something that I'm trying to promote.
I just thought again the road I was going down, that when we look at populations that have been relocated, you have usually a very rapid increase in population, rapid growth. They're doing very fine, and then they kind of hit a leveling off period with their population. Is there any correlation between the part of their growth cycle or their population growth cycle and when we have perhaps a die-off? My concern has been over the years watching, especially in the East Humboldts and Rubies, you look at that country in the summer, you think you could have 1,000 sheep up there. And then you go there in February and you see that they're all congregated, below Angel Lake there, in a very small area, and they've got a depleted of nutrition. The ewes are usually in kind of tough shape, or a little, they're thinner. And do we want to correlate the habitat potential for a band as, and perhaps relating that to your quotas and tags for that particular group?
Good question. When we look at all of our subspecies, Rocky Mountain bighorn living in the most productive of habitats, just above your backyard, and then the deserts living in some of the most extreme poor conditions, habitats. The deserts seem to defy that theory of, we've got populations 400 to 600 animals living in the Mojave Desert with limited resources, and we don't see much. And I will say that west-wide, the Rocky Mountain bighorn and the California bighorn seem to fall prey more often than our deserts, whether it's desert bighorn in Nevada or Arizona or California. to pathogen exposures and the chronic poor lamb recruitment. But I do feel that, well, again, getting back to your question on densities and population size, you know, I think we've seen herds where we have estimated the mountain could only support 400 or 500 sheep, and now it's at 800 and doing fine. We've had some herds that are barely over 100 animals, and the mountain range could support maybe 300, and they've experienced a die-off. But we have had those, like East Humboldt's, where, as you say, the summer range is endless, but the winter range is not. And they bumped up to the herd size that we thought they would be maxed out at, and sure enough, we happened to see a disease event. So kind of what's frustrating is we're seeing across the entire spectrum of some fall prey to disease events with high densities, or sometimes they're moderate densities, and some of them are only half the level of the mountain range that they could support. So there doesn't seem to be a signature there that's consistent in terms of habitat, carrying capacity, and densities.
Thank you.
For the record, David Sticks. Mike, I asked for clarification when you first started your presentation, and if I heard you correctly, NDOW is taking a position or looking forward in the future of being very careful not to infect a current healthy herd with something that might be sick, correct?
Yeah, I think we were pretty busy reintroducing sheep into unoccupied habitat in the past, and we're wanting to shift that emphasis to trying to maintain those herds that we established and at, you know, sustainable levels and healthy.
You know something? I'll tell you, when you talk about communication, and nobody knows this more than a lot of us here in the cattlemen's, especially in the future with the issue of sage grouse and what have you. But there's one area that you can help us with, and that's with the sportsmen. Because sometimes the sportsmen, you know, we've got cattle people in the room here and sheep people, but sometimes the sportsmen, I can see where you probably get a lot of pressure in the past especially, was to get those herds beefed up, get that quota up. They're going to have to be educated on how important this issue is. So I just passed that on. The next thing was either to you or Dr. Wolf. In your presentation, do I see possibly the need in the future, if you find an infected herd, that the Department of Wildlife is going to have to take a proactive measure of taking that herd completely out of existence in that area?
I think that's something that would definitely need to be considered. There was a huge die-off west-wide in about 5 different states in 2009, 2010, and there was some selective culling, not in Nevada, but in some of the other states, which, with an attempt to try to stop the progression of the disease, which didn't really work, but it was not 100% effort. In the meantime, in Washington, there was a herd on one side of a river, and on the other side there was another herd, and it was felt that this second herd on the other side of the river was very popular, highly watchable, really a herd that was treasured, and they got disease in that first herd, and they thought, well, there's a river, maybe we can stop it. And they systematically brought in wildlife services, sportsmen, and, you know, did the Judas sheep thing, and they went in and eliminated fairly rapidly every single sheep on that one side of the river. And at this point in time, 2 years later, they have not had any disease seen on the opposite side of the river. So, but that was a very, very surgical and thorough depopulation, and I think that one of the issues that we've dealt with is it is really hard to get every single last sheep, especially when you get down into some of these desert herds and stuff like that. You know, it's a lot of effort, and but if that continues to be a success in that Washington herd where they basically saved this herd on the opposite side of the river, I think that will give a little bit more credence into the fact that, yeah, in some of these situations, you may want to go in and just either finish the job, if there's 20 left, just go in and finish the job, or if you think there's high risk to another population nearby, you know, get in there and try to eliminate them. But it's hard, very hard and very costly to do.
We may experiment with removing shutters.
Yeah, one of the things that we're hoping to do, and this is something that they've really been looking at in Hell's Canyon, is can we identify, is there a fairly reliable and cost-effective way to identify these quote-unquote super shedders of sheep that are the chronic shedders? And, you know, we're hoping that in parallel to this study that they're doing in South Dakota, that we can maybe even do some on-the-ground looking at some of these animals and remove some of these chronic shedders from the population, because you'll get these anecdotal stories of, well, it's been 18 years and the last surviving ewe from the die-off finally croaked and lamb recruitment the next year just took off. So, you know, the biggest issue is that they don't, you know, they've identified chronic shedders in Hell's Canyon, and you line them up next to the ones that never shed, and you can't tell the difference just looking at them. So they both look fat and sassy. Nobody's got nasal discharge or anything like that. You need to test them. You need to wait for the test results to come back, and then if you want to kill them, you need to go find them again and kill them. So, but that's something that, you know, we'd like to try, start trying if we can on some of our herds where we think it could be practical, just to see if we can implement it in the field while it's being studied in a pen study.
Yes, Tim.
You can't vaccinate. There's no preventative, like when you're bringing in sheep, new sheep from out of the country, nothing like that you can do.
No. I mean, face it, there's not a lot you can do to prevent these diseases in domestic sheep. So the vaccines are, you know, we're dealing with two different organisms. You're dealing with the Pasteurellas, you're dealing with the Mycoplasmas. And, you know, there's been some researchers at Washington State that have looked at trying to give your sheep, the domestic sheep, a vaccine that will modulate the pathogenicity of the Pasteurellas. But, you know, I know that there's some, you know, 2,000 plus ewe bans out there, and that may not be all that practical. And vaccinating wildlife is just never a practical option. And plus, there's nothing out there that works.
I guess the other thing I was thinking is, yeah, I guess what I was thinking about was for domestic sheep and also for sheep that you're transplanting in, that you're bringing in, while you already have your hands on them.
Yeah, no, they've done a lot of that in Colorado. They tried vaccines, and it was really not successful.
Tim, we can't even keep mycoplasma under control in the feedlot. We found ways to kind of slow it down, but
to get it.
Yeah, it's a scary deal. Okay, any other questions for Dr. Wolf or Mike Fox? Hey, thank you guys very much.
Okay, thank you. Glad we could make it work.
Finally.
All right. Okay, gang, we are down to the last item. It's that time of the year we have to elect new officers. So I am going to open up the floor right now for nominations for chairman. And these new positions will be effective in the March board meeting.
I move that we nominate Dave Stick.
Okay, I will do this one more year. and I'll tell you why, Charlie. I hope you remember this. This time next year, I'll be president of the cabinet. Okay? So, next time, I'm going to have to take over. I'll do it one more year because I can handle it, but we have a convention in November, and when that convention's over, right, Dwight? I'll be handed off the torch for cattlemen. So, this will be my last year, and I'm willing to do it.
We'll accept.
You don't have a
One
second.
more year.
Oh, you did?
I'm just kidding. Well, first of all, we need to see if there's another nomination.
Yeah.
So anyways, motion's been made and seconded. Is there another nomination for chairman? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of myself continuing another year as chairman, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And vice chairman, the floor is open for nomination.
I move Paul Anderson. Taking that position.
I second.
Okay. Motion's been made and seconded. Any more motions? Hearing none. All those in favor of Paul being the vice chairman for another year, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, there it is.
Congratulations.
All right, that concludes our meeting. By the way, before we go through public input, Gary informed me today that we have because of the issues of today and where we're at, our meetings are all lined out for next year. Dates are done to get the facilities all lined up. So, do we have those dates available, Gary?
I'll send you out.
Just, yeah.
But March 4th, June 3rd, September 2nd, and December 2nd.
Oh, no, I'm just kidding. All right, so,
I'm sorry, one more time?
March 4th, June 3rd, September 2nd, and December 2nd. So it's keeping with the first Wednesday of each of those months. And I'll send out an email.
And then if you do have a meeting, then just be a special meeting. Is that what you're saying? You just set a date for that, whatever.
And you know, a lot of
Can we
times,
pick a
Tim, we can do
location?
those on phone conference.
So
If you get to your phone at home or something, you know, we can do it.
Think I can figure this thing out enough to do that?
The March one will be in Carson.
March.
March will
That's
be in
it,
Carson.
class on it or something.
So you're aware of what we're thinking there, I'm gonna try to get.
Do you want to hear if there's any questions that you can answer?
Oh, yeah, no, we have. Yeah.
So we got that?
Yeah.
So
Jabbering,
the
as you
old,
said.
I think it's the old district court. Is it?
Yes, the courtroom. I don't
The
know.
old courtroom is now the tourism, which is a really nice,
What's the
really
September
nice,
one? September 2nd?
facility.
Second.
That's where we'll hold
Second and
boards
December
meetings,
second.
and then that'll be during the legislative session.
So the one that I was
While
missing,
it's going
September
on, so
2nd.
then you'll have the opportunity, if you want to, make appointments with your representatives. We'll be able to introduce you in front of the two committees, and
Oh,
we'll
two?
put some things together there
Yeah.
at the legislature.
Both of those on the second?
Yeah. September 2nd, December 2nd.
Yeah, March.
Carson? It's the first Monday?
And then June would be in
Wednesday.
Reno.
First Wednesday.
September would be Elko, and December is Vegas. The only one we haven't been able to confirm is Elko. Great Basin Community College is being a little squirrely. They don't want to plan that far in advance.
That's their MO.
Waiting for
What
something
happened
about
with
our.
our
Elko is the June 3rd.
The Elko, well, we're trying to do a better video conference is what we're trying to
Remember
do.
when we were
One
there?
September.
Yeah.
So I
Which is
screwed
why
that
we
up.
put the.
Elko September.
Yeah.
Actually,
These
March,
at the,
there's a March, I did
None
it
of this is
backwards.
still-
March is Carson.
Oh,
Okay,
that's true.
so, with that in mind, there it is. Public input.
Elko and then.
Yes, Jim.
Two things. A lot has happened today while we've been meeting. There was an earthquake in Virginia City.
Wow.
1.3 or something. So
Okay.
all is good.
Comstock Mining, that's
All
all
right.
that.
And the economic forum came out, and they're predicting the general fund amount for 16 and 17, 6.33 billion. To give you a frame of reference, in 2014 and 2015, we were 6.53 billion. And then with the costs from healthcare and those things that are coming into the state, the governor released a statement that he'll be asking all of his directors to continue to tighten up the general fund requests that they have in their agency request budget. FYI.
So we're not moving forward.
We're
Did I hear
taking
that
a
right?
step
We're
back.
not expanding our general fund.
My Clark County map. Okay, any more
Dave?
public input?
Dave from Sparks, Robert Little for the record. Just a quick note thing here. Just so everybody's aware, after 14 years of service, Ed Foster has made the decision to retire. His retirement went into effect 2 weeks ago, and we are planning a retirement party for Ed. Once we have a date and time selected, we'll let you know. We wish him nothing but the best on his next chapter and adventure in his life, and just thought everybody should know that.
Thank you, Robert.
Yeah, thanks, Robert. Please get that email out to the board members. I would like to be there if I can.
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay. All right, Paul Anderson.
Yeah, actually, not knowing that we weren't going to go through each of the sections, I actually had a question, and since Mr. O'Toole is right here, perfect opportunity. Had a call from the Petroleum Marketers Association concerned about a TV news deal that took place down here in Las Vegas. I guess the way it came through was it didn't make the department look very good, and likewise that a lot of the stations in Nevada are less than honest with their customers. So, with that being said, I mean, their concern is what are the facts, because they didn't feel that the way that, as I understand it, the segment came through, it made it look like, one, you guys aren't doing a very good job of testing it. And then the other part was that by far there are a lot more cases of the station holding back fuel as opposed to being the other way. I mean, yeah, if you would. And I mean, just in our experience, we want you guys to come test, because for us, it's about a 50-50. Half of the time we're giving away too much fuel, the other half of the time we're keeping too much. So it's, for us, it's almost a wash, but it's nice to know and get everything calibrated.
First of all, you're going to lose right away with getting tried in YouTube, and that's what we got. We got tried in YouTube, and we lost the initial trial in the YouTube. But we had 3 interviews with Fox Station, Channel 8, and another channel. So we had 3 interviews down here, and each of those interviews went very well. In fact, Channel 8 did a big records request, and what they found was that there's about a 50-50 a plus and minus, but also what they found, and this was the biggest part, is that in all the pumps that are out of tolerance, on a 35-gallon fill-up, it's less than a dime. So even the ones that are out of tolerance are coming in well, I mean, you're losing a dime. So what's that?
Or gaining time.
Or gaining, one way or another. So we did lose the YouTube, and you're always going to lose the YouTube. Okay. But we did, I think we had a 3 great interviews, and all of the stations, when they initially came at us, I know they were looking for the smoking gun, but in the end, they were definitely on our side, and were very kind to us when it was all said and done.
And I've got the actual deals I can show you after we close.
Okay.
But can I just go on a little bit? So we clean up all of our delinquent accounts, and we're working with the RSAs as I think we discussed, and like Costco tests 3 times a year to very strict tolerances. Just Soro the same, are going down the same road. So we're going down the road of an auditing system on those, and then so we can concentrate on these other ones.
Okay.
And I'm going to guess we're going to hit 100% of compliance on the test. I know that Jim was very concerned about Austin, and we did get someone out to Austin. We had to get old maps.
One of those pumps that's never had a sticker.
Never?
And you know how those are the things we're working on. Getting rid of how rigid things are in consumer equitability. Austin was normally an Elko area. Vegas is testing pumps all the way up to Smoky Valley. So I just said, hey, go test the pump there, and we got it taken care of. So we're getting rid of that and solving some of those things.
If anybody has to fuel up there, they're not a very good planner.
or the
That's how I know.
But can I just say one more thing? Yeah, 2 more seconds.
Yeah.
So here's how we're trying to solve this. What the personnel we have, we are working with the RSAs and the companies like Costco, Tesoro.
And speaking of which, that was one thing that the association was saying, they're all for it. If, just as long as, what Costco can do it, along with everyone else.
Anybody, well, we were just testing with Costco, because that's the first one, and now it's going into Tesoro. So we'll be looking for individuals. I work with Dennis to make sure that we are not giving the keys away to the kingdom. And we've got a standard operating procedure that will solve that they will go out and audit every fuel station that is done. And they first have to send us the copy of their calibration report. So when they send the calibration report, we'll go out and randomly pick a pump and see how it matches with the calibration report. If it doesn't, we'll go to a second pump, and if that one fails, we'll do the whole station and probably cease the cooperative agreement with the RSAs at that point in time. So we're working on that, but that's going to free up. We're just filling the white space to get out there to the rest of the communities and the rest of the stations out there and doing an adequate job. Because the stations that can afford the RSAs, they're doing the job for us. We're checking the job, and we can concentrate on the ones that can't, because that's our job. That's our duty to go out there and do that job as part of our customer service. So, any other questions on that?
Actually, with that being said about the facts of it, because obviously it was I was getting it third hand, but what they are wanting to know is if they can work on a press release with you guys to make sure that from the marketer standpoint, that they kind of want to rebut in some way. And I was thinking that might be good working with the department, because their impression was the department did not come across looking well either.
Is this a northern? Because in southern Nevada, I thought that. Did anybody in southern Nevada see that?
And I don't think you guys have seen. I will say Bob's on the other end there as well. These guys did a tremendous amount of work rebutting it.
Yeah.
Okay. And getting it into the news media and getting on the news, and I can show you that here, including putting out press releases that it was inaccurate and here's the realities. It's one of those things. You put it back out there and try to do another press release, and do you kick the hornet's nest again?
Right.
And then become another da-da-da-da, when I think probably in reality we've addressed it very well. Now what we may want to do is take this link and make sure that they get a copy of this link so that they see the response and the airtime that was got on it. Because the initial was a YouTube guy.
Right.
And then how many reports were followed up with that in the actual media?
We did three interviews, but I want to let you know that by the time that our inspectors got to that pump, that station had an RSA there fixing that problem.
Right.
So it was done when we got there.
So where they went and the news channel actually, picked it up as a story, and they did a massive
records review.
Records request, trying to show that the department was allowing a bunch of unchecked pumps to be out there and all this kind of stuff. And then they went through all that work, went through all that stuff, and it wasn't there.
Okay.
It didn't exist, and that's what they acknowledge in the press stories. I understand.
In Channel 8, they actually complimented on the job that the guys are doing out in the field, and the fact that they went through years and years of these failed pumps, and the 35-gallon fill-up is only pennies.
Okay.
So I think we did well in rebutting that. But you're going to lose in that damn YouTube every time. And quite honestly, that kind of sits wrong with me, because you're being tried out there in YouTube.
Yeah, it's a one-sided deal, and once the actual news media got involved and flushed it all out, there wasn't a story, and they came out with that. Bob, would you have anything to add to that issue?
Yeah, just 2 points. I think Bart really captured it quite well. It was actually Kip, our inspector in Southern Nevada, who recommended that we do send out a news release once the video popped up. And At first, we were a little hesitant because it was only one media request, and then once we got the second one, Kip says, yeah, you guys might want to do something. Then we got the third, and I said, all right, we're sending out a news release on this, and we're going to be proactive. And that's what the 3 interviews that Bart mentioned came from. I would encourage you to go onto our website and take a look at our 2014 news releases. You can actually see the thing that we sent out, and the issue that we're facing, and I think there's a really low-tech solution to it, is that, and I don't know why this pops up in Vegas so often, but we get a lot of calls from Las Vegas media about the gas pump issue. Right? And I don't know if they're just following national trends that, they're trying to look for some unique scoop or something. I really don't know. We don't get that up here in northern Nevada. But, it's been an ongoing thing for Consumer Equitability and myself to answer press inquiries in southern Nevada. What we're proposing to do is redesign those labels that you see on the pumps. I worked with Mike in the interim to do that, and what we're actually going to do is we're going to put our Consumer Equitability phone number, website, and a little QR code that people can actually scan on their phones and go directly to a complaint form. So every pump in the state, hopefully within, I'm not going to project out, within a couple years, we've got some backstock, I think, of stickers that we have to go through, but hopefully within a couple years, every pump in the state will have a QR code, an email, a phone number, whatever, so that if somebody thinks they're getting ripped off at the pump, rather than loading a video up to YouTube or calling Channel 8 in Las Vegas, they can call us directly. And that'll actually solve the problem for them as a consumer much quicker than if we get a records request through the news media. They look into this issue and they want to do a big story and they find out they don't really have a big story. To us, it's just much better to communicate directly with people who might have a concern. And hopefully we'll roll that out in the near future and we'll start seeing that happen and we can communicate directly with the folks out there who might be concerned about the pumps. So that's what we're going to try to do, and hopefully it'll solve the issue somewhat.
You guys are going to be answering complaints till the sheet comes home. And if people are that concerned about it, they need to look at their dish television provider and they're getting that critical over costs. Yeah, Charlie.
In addition to the earthquake today, our national debt went up. I know we're worried about that 10 cents on the pump, but somebody ought to be worried about this.
Can I see it? Where are we now?
18 trillion.
It just went up to 18.
70% under Obama.
70% increase since Obama took over. This is for rain. Our national debt is another thing we ought to be concerned about, but I don't know what we can do.
Takes it.
We were just talking about this yesterday. It just went up. It just hit. Huh?
We're talking 17 last week.
All right. Public input. Any more? We're closed. We got meeting dates taken care of. Take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a second. Seconded by Mr. Carrazzo. Made by Mr. Schneider. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
No, I don't want mine.